would love to bring that, and some of those we can point them to the places like.
Yes, yeah, we don't want to rewrite mistakes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Washington State University Board of Regents Committee meetings. I'd like to introduce the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. My name is Lisa Kiyohokaloli Shower, and our committee chair for the meeting is Regent Enrique Serna.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone to the Board of Regents Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting. We are live now over YouTube, and a link to the YouTube can be found on the Board of Regents website. We have a couple of items here to discuss. The first is a future action item, established departments in the College of Nursing. We are going to hear from Executive Vice President and Provost and Pullman Chancellor Elizabeth Chilton and Executive Vice President of WSU Health Sciences Spokane Chancellor Daryl DeWall.
Daryl will be on tap for questions,
Okay.
or anything that I say that I not correct. You have in your packet a proposal for the College of Nursing to create 3 tenure granting departments: the Department of Foundational Practice and Community-Based Care, the Department of Advanced Practice and Community-Based Care, and the Department of Nursing and Systems Science. And this has been a plan. I know that Dean Meritoyson has been working on this for the past 3 years. She did a college assessment, and historically the College of Nursing operated as a single academic unit. So faculty were supervised either by the College of Nursing Associate Dean or an academic director. And so for the purposes of promotion and tenure processes, as well as mentoring, it's been, and looking at best practices in other colleges of nursing around the country, the idea is that this would help address issues surrounding, supervision, annual review, promotion, academic program quality, communication. And Daryl, what would you add to what I have said in terms of what are the advantages of creating these 3 departments?
I think Elizabeth has covered it very well. There's been a thorough assessment. There's basically a needs comparison to other organizations. You'll note in this presentation that they've shown you the areas of vulnerability that changing the structure will help. The Provost's office has worked closely with the college and with us, and this to me is pretty sensible. It's the bachelor's degree, so it's the pre-licensure they call it, and then the other will be the advanced practice, and then there is a department that will have a major focus on research activities. So, and it articulates all the different appointments, and you'll note that there is a very nice kind of a spreadsheet type of representation of the 3 departments.
And it was also the proposal recommended by the Faculty Senate Executive Committee on March 31st. They took a look at this and may also endorse the proposal.
Do we have any questions? Sure.
It looks like this has been thoroughly vetted, including by the Faculty Senate. So is there a reason that it's set up as a future action item other than our standard process? And I wonder, because it's the end of the academic year, so would it make sense to move it forward as an action item?
Well, now that you mentioned that, that's
Okay.
actually what we have on our mind.
All
So,
right.
and
Assuming obviously
right.
that we address all of your
as long as everybody
questions.
else agrees with you, and we will take that in consideration before we close here. Anybody else have any comments or questions?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
So I think it's awesome. It's all well coordinated internally. I'm curious about the context of the state of Washington nursing direction. I mean, there's an entity at the state of Washington that sort of collectively manages nurses across the state, I think. And so what is their vision, and how does that connect to this proposal?
And I believe that because Dean Coythan is very engaged in nursing commission and both representing WSU and leadership there, but hearing from them very regularly,
Okay.
I think that we would have known if there was an endorsement. So. I think, is that what you're asking? Regent
Yes, I'm
Reynolds?
sorry, I couldn't remember the body, but it's the
Yeah.
nursing commission.
Yes.
I'm just curious where they fit into the puzzle of all of this.
This will bring a little bit more order to the college in regard to the way that they manage their faculty to student ratios, and then the way that the faculty career development is done. So I think the commission would be very supportive. Is that right? So, yes. That's a great question, but we have checked with the stakeholders. So we feel there's strong endorsement all around this. I would also mention that Dean Coythan and the deans before her have had to assume roles at times that span more than what we would typically expect from a dean, that they have to step into roles that actually draw them away from what I would see as that focal leadership activity. And this will help. I think will even help with retention of deans now and in the future.
Any other questions? Thanks very much. We'll move on to the next future action item that we'll probably make that an action item. And discontinue the Bachelor of Arts in Computer Science degree. Again, Elizabeth Chilton will sit on that.
Yes. So this came forward from the Boylan College of Engineering and Architecture, and the proposal is to discontinue the Bachelor of Arts in Computer Science on the Pullman and Tri-Cities campuses. I believe that is the only location of that degree being offered currently. In fact, we have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, which is the much more popular version of the degree. And really, originally, the BA was created in case a student wanted to have a minor in another domain. It just, in terms of the numbers of credits that need to be applied, would make it easier. And in fact, there's only one student when this proposal was submitted who was doing that. And we would allow any student who's currently enrolled in the BA in Computer Science to complete their degree if they choose, but we're also very easily able to switch them over to the BS in Computer Science and in order to meet the requirements. So let's see, as of fall 22, the college had 65 students enrolled in the program. And of these, 45 were admitted to the major, with 20 students with an academic interest. So it's relatively low numbers. And as I say, we would grandfather or sunset the program over time to allow the students to complete their degree. But there is a cost associated because there are accreditation, there's advising, there's making sure that the courses that are available for the BA are also available, as well as the BS degree. And so they propose to discontinue the Bachelor of Arts in Computer Science as soon as is feasible. Christina, is there anything that I'm leaving off? Because I'm looking at Christina Peterson-Wilson there. And this also, I'm just looking at this, the Faculty Senate recommended and endorsed this proposal on April 6th, and it's been thoroughly reviewed by the Provost Office.
Any questions or comments?
Same comment I had the last time.
Okay, we'll get to that right now. So if there's no other questions or comments about either of these items, I'd like to ask the committee and the board if they had any objection to these two future action items being moved to the Friday, May 5th Board of Regents meeting consent agenda for board consideration. Any objections?
No objection.
Do you need a second? I would say more a good call.
Okay, I think we got it. We've given it its blessing for Cinco de Mayo action. All right, thank you very much. This brings us to the conclusion of our agenda items, and that the Academic and Student Affairs Committee is concluded, and I turn the meeting back over to the acting chair, Shower.
Thank you. All right. It is the time of the meeting that you've all been waiting for. Okay. And we're running 15 minutes early. I'm going to take every minute of that. And we are going to officially start our Finance and Administration Committee meeting. And it is the beginning of many people who are going to join us in that. A parade of folks. I will periodically giving us breaks because this is a level of intensity for the next 2 hours or 3 hours. 3 hours. That we are gonna need some breaks. And I fully disclose I am a communications person, not a finance person, so I will need breaks. So I also want to mention that we have done a great job of looking at many of these agenda items twice. So my hope is that we can move through these agenda items relatively quickly. I also want to add that there was such success legislatively by our governmental relations folks that there's good news here that also should help us be able to move some of these items forward. So with that, I would like to get us started with the first agenda item, which is our fiscal year 2022 financial statement audit results. And our new Executive Vice President for Finance and Administration, Leslie Brunelli, our Senior Associate Vice President for Finance and Administration, Deputy CFO, Matt Skinner's here. And we have our auditors who are also here, and I'll let you introduce our auditors, and appreciate you both being here in person. And I've had the opportunity over the last 2 years to work with you as well, and we've had time individually to talk a little bit and to be able to visit about these audit results. So it's your time at this point. So Leslie, I'll let you kind of take it away.
I appreciate that. And I think we're really delighted to bring forward the financial statements for fiscal 22. You know, we're a little bit behind in doing those, but this is better than we were last year. We're only 2 years into the Workday implementation, which is a pretty significant overhaul of everything that underlies the financial system. So to be able to bring these forward right now is a real success. And I really want to commend Matt and the whole team in the controller's office who got this done this time. I don't want to diminish the fact that there are 2 findings that you'll hear about in just a moment. They are repeats from last year, but they are better, if you can say that, findings, but they are better than last year's findings were. So we're committed to improving those over the next year and tightening up the timing of the audit so that we're bringing this forward in a more reasonable time period. With that, Kristen Diggs and Jody Doherty are here from Bailey, and we'll turn it over to them unless you have anything else to add. All right.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, I'm gonna, in the essence of time, I'll skip a couple of these slides because it just kind of talks about our process a little bit. But one thing I did want to talk about was what the scope of the audit procedures were. So as part of the audit procedures, obviously we audited the university itself. And then there's several other departmental audits that we conduct as part of this whole process. So we took a look at housing and dining. We took a look at athletics. We performed the NCAA procedures. We looked at Murrow, or the Northwest Public Radio, Northwest Public Television, as well as there were some additional procedures associated with that. And then we also looked at the Student Books Corporation. So that kind of gives you a scope of everything. Like Leslie said, this is good because we are here in May and last year we were here in September. So there's obviously a lot of progress that has been made over the past year. With that, so what we'll do is I'll kind of talk about the finding, and then Matt's going to go through and talk about what management's corrective action plan is associated with the findings. So hopefully you guys had a chance to take a look at the findings that were in the board packet. So while the heading and everything looks the same, they are structured a little bit differently because there obviously has been progress made over the past year. So the first finding that we had was over the year-end closing and review process. We did deem it warranted a material weakness and internal control. And a lot of that is management still catching up from the Workday implementation. So last year we had a lot of adjustments. It very much felt like we were the first level of review through the entire process. And they're just trying to get everything figured out, only being 6 months into Workday when we came in to audit everything. This year, it's kind of, now that has fixed itself somewhat. There was definitely not as many audit adjustments. Management did a really good job. We pushed back the audit to give them time to look at everything and make sure they had had a chance to review. But this is kind of the next step in that. And even with the additional time, management they're still catching up from Workday and everything. And so we still felt when we were going through stuff, we were the first level of review on the financial statements and everything and the reconciliations. And so as part of that, we're just looking for management to take the next step and be that internal control of their financial statements before we get hold of it and start auditing it. You want to speak to the corrective action, or do you want me to go on the next finding? Okay. Okay. So then the next finding that we had was over the bank reconciliation process. So there has been tremendous effort by management in the current year to correct and basically reconcile the bank accounts. Last year, there was huge amounts that where they weren't able to match up, mostly on the deposit side, between what was hitting workday and what was coming in, based upon the information that was coming through the bank statements. They just couldn't match them up. So this year, that still exists, but that number is much, much smaller. But the reason we felt it still warranted a material weakness and internal control is the fact that everything flows through cash. Everything flows through this major bank account. And so until this reconciliation get corrected, you'll probably still see this as a material weakness. So.
Great, that's wonderful. Thanks, Kristen. If we might just first want to recognize Kristen and Jody, their team from Mike Bailey. They provide a very rigorous and detailed independent audit, yet it's pleasant, which is a nice combination. It's a tribute to you and your team for making it enjoyable to go through the audit. I might recognize Tammy Vital, who just snuck in. Yeah. We recently, our controller recently left WSU. Tammy has just stepped in the last couple of months wonderfully. Be our interim accounting officer, helped us finish off this audit, as Leslie said, 4 months earlier than it was last year. That's a great step. We're looking forward to taking another big step again this coming year, as well as really the entire team. It takes an entire team to pull these financial statements together, in accounting, treasury, payroll. The whole team has to come together to make this work. So grateful for all they do. With regard to these findings, we agree with them, and we're taking steps to improve that. As far as the review, we do have a very small team in university accounting, but we're going to work together to make sure we build out time to get those secondary reviews in place before the auditors show up. We're also looking to assign what we're calling, in air quotes, a project manager to the financial statement audit, just to help with some of the logistics. So for those of you that have been around audits, there's a lot of finding samples and test samples and getting those back to the auditors. Just finding someone to kind of be in charge of that during the process to make sure things are moving really quickly to get it back to the audit firm. We think that will help. The other thing we're exploring, just getting started on that, is having an outside firm come in and just kind of do a review for us. Now we're 2 years live on Workday, get an outside perspective as we have modern tools, new ways of thinking about financial management to make sure we're leveraging all of our tools the most efficient way possible. See if there's some other things we can do to help speed up the way that we do our financial reporting. So as far as the bank reconciliations, thank you for the recognition for the progress we've made. We've made a lot of progress there. I just quickly highlight a couple of those. As of this morning, WSU's bank accounts are 99.53% reconciled. That's really great. We want to take care of that 0.5%. That's also very important. We get that taken care of. In the last 6 months since we finished the last audit, the team has built 150 active banking notice rules in the Workday system that took care of, let me get this number right here. I thought this was great. 271,000 bank lines were automatically reconciled using Workday's bank reconciliation process that's been built out since the last audit. That's a great step. And there's more excitement, more things to do there. So we're looking forward to taking that on. The team right now, combining our treasury team, our banking team, and our systems team, building out a short-term plan to help finish off the reconciliation, as well as to put in some new procedures that will help us keep this under control moving forward. Candidly, I think sometimes you change systems, you bring to light some issues that maybe always been there, but you just didn't see them. Certainly bank reconciliations is one of those. We're really reinventing a new way to do that. So happy with our progress there. My only concern is that it's now with the 4th of May, and June 30th is coming really quickly. So we do need to make some really good progress in the next 8 weeks to show the measurable progress we'd like to by the end of this fiscal year. So.
And our goal will be to move up the financial statement process to where we're done by December 31st. The challenge, of course, Tammy has great work to do in reconciling the university's books and providing that to the state of Washington, because we're part of the annual financial report for the state, and that precedes what we have to do in our internal work. So we got to figure out the timing of how to make that happen appropriately.
I have a question. Okay, they asked a question.
Okay, sure. Please do.
So as you went about the course of the audit and Workday, I mean, this is like a massive corporate transformation, right? You installed a new IT core essentially to manage the business. And how well informed or how well trained were the personnel in the system to Workday as you sort of encountered people? Because that's really one of the weak links of a project implementation is the training and the ingesting of the new system.
Are you asking us or Matt?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, they're better than us. So we get access to it and we go through there. Tammy's a little wizard in there and can go through there's definitely been progress from this year to last year in seeing how well they can navigate it and actually letting the system do its thing. So last year, what we found is that they were trying to use some of the old processes because that's what they were used to. And so this year they're letting the system do it. And then they're seeing, okay, now that we have the balances where the system has them at, what kind of adjustments do we need to do after that? And so last year it felt like they were kind of trying to overcompensate, and then that led to adjustments that we found. And so they're definitely learning it a lot more. They have another year under their belt, so it's definitely. Does that answer?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
that's a
okay.
big deal because every
Yeah.
time you sort of try to short circuit with legacy
Yep.
processes, it just weakens the system. So I'm actually glad you said it that way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, and Matt mentioned the external review, and the external review is not to find fault with anything, it's to find what efficiencies exist in Workday that we didn't cut on, what did we not make active that we can make active? Because we're still using some Excel spreadsheets to do some things offline and then bring it back in and try to reconcile from there. There's a way to do that within the system that's going to be more efficient.
One other question too, just I think I probably ask you this question every year, but do we have the team that we need in order to have adequate financial controls? Are we adequately staffed?
I don't know. So it depends on, I mean, I think there needs to be an evaluation over people's roles and to see, especially with bank reconciliation, with how manual that process is right now, it sucks up a lot of time. And so once they can get that under control, then kind of seeing, okay, now how does everything shift? So I don't know that I can fully answer that.
It is a big university.
Yeah.
And a lot of transactions running through it.
Yeah.
So it feels like, you know, a good solid finance team, you know, would help with it. I mean, they're good people there now, but having more would probably be helpful.
Yes.
It's a big, like I said, big university.
We've noticed that.
Yeah.
And
So-
Matt has the opportunity now to replace the controller who left us, she
Yes.
retired earlier in the spring. And so we'll look really hard at what that role needs to do and how it needs to be fleshed out to respond to Workday as the tool.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know Workday is still,
New.
yes, in process. I think we were forecasting that it would be 3 years before we really got the full benefit. So you got one more year of reaping that benefit before you'll really know. But yeah, thank you for that.
And I think it's also important to remember, it's the combination of Workday, new auditors, and new budget model. So all three, and change management at the same time, and a new executive vice president. So I mean, I think it creates an opportunity also to assess where there might be gaps and where positions might be needed. And so I mean, I think all of that opportunity for organizational structure is good. And what I hear the auditors also saying is there's a lot to do here, and we need to make sure that you have the resources to reach Redmond's point.
Yeah, so just quickly, probably the most important thing for you guys is our opinion.
Yeah, that's a little issue.
Yeah, so you will notice right at the, front of the financial statements on the piece of the financial statements that we own, Tammy prepares everything else, Tammy and her team, but there is a report in there with our letterhead, and
it says that in our opinion, the financial statements that you have represent the financial position of the university at June 30, 2022. So we were able to give an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. That letter also talks about the fact that we did our audit in accordance with government auditing standards. And what that means is as we're going through and testing the financial information, we will also look at the controls over financial reporting at the same time, which is, you know, how we come across the different control deficiencies that we notice, and either put it in writing, like the two findings we did, or there are things that, you know, we may talk to management about if they don't merit a significant deficiency or a material weakness. So just want to let you know that that paragraph's in there, and we do look at the controls as we're doing our audit. And there's also a separate issue a letter that we issue to the the whole board of Regents. So you should have a copy of that as well. And in that letter, we just talk about, from us to you directly, what happened during the audit. So it just redefines management's responsibility, our responsibility. You know, and if we had any concerns or anything that we wanted to communicate with you, that's the letter we would use to communicate it. And we did not have anything significant that concerned us this year. So I think it also talks about the fact that there was a new standard that was implemented this year. So leases, if you look at the financials, you'll notice a couple new lines this year. So leases had to go on the balance sheet, which is a new thing for universities across the whole country. So both leases where you're the lessee and leases where you're the lessor. So that was something new this year, and the letter talks about that as well. Any questions about the opinion or the letters that we issued? Anything else on your agenda? That was it. And that's all we have.
Good. Thank you.
Also add that Regent Shower had the opportunity to talk with both of the auditors, both with us and in a private session, so that she could voice any of the concerns as well.
We're excited for that to be used.
Thank you so much.
That'll be you next.
Hopefully you guys get to go out and enjoy the sunshine at some point.
Thank you for visiting.
Great. WSU annual financial performance report.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Now that we have, see that we have no clock
Yeah,
does.
this
Oh, you
is
have
wide
no-
open, Des. You'll watch out.
We're
There's
going
no
all
clock.
day. Now that you've heard about the opinion for the financial statements, we're going to tell you what those really mean, because you've had the financial statement. This is the greater context. And it's good to provide this report, because what our hope is that we link this report with the budget development, because the financial statement should be informing budget development, which of course is informed by the strategic position of the university, but these things have to be tied together. The financial statement has always been prepared in an all funds way, but the budget has usually been focused on the core funds, the things that we have the discretion to allocate out. So this is starting to marry those two things together. And what we'll review is the fiscal health of the university. Several years ago, as the university was coming out of its challenges, there were several metrics that were put in place to see, are we fiscally healthy? And we'll update those for you, but we're also thinking about what might be the new ones that we want to talk about. And there's a couple that we're going to add and maybe take away one or two. Because what we'd like to do is align this well with the debt report that both Moody's and S&P Global issue for us, and make sure that we are following the metrics that they follow. We'll talk about our key trends and benchmarking, and then we're going to give you a debt profile, because we will have our requested issuance in the future action items, a small amount of debt that we need to issue for one of our capital projects. And Matt and I are getting ready to sit down with both S&P Global and Moody's by the end of this month.
Okay, thanks, Leslie. So as Leslie mentioned, we monitor fiscal health today in two ways. We look at that core budget, which we'll be talking about later when we talk about the fiscal year 2024 budget, and then of course the financial statements that brings in all the funds of the university, including capital activity, assets, and then a host of kind of complex liabilities as well that are estimates of liabilities owned by the university. And we're going to talk way too much about those today as we move forward. A quick reminder, quick reminder for those that may not be familiar with public higher education or governmental financial statements, they'll look like this. You'll see a statement of net assets. That's the balance sheet for higher education. It includes our assets, liabilities, and net position, which would be similar to equity if we were a corporation. You'll see a statement of revenue, expenses, and changes in net position, which is an income statement. Includes all of the university's revenues and expenses and changes in our capital additions, and includes the net position at the end of the year or net income. And also in those financial statements that were attached, you'll see a management discussion and analysis and footnotes, which is filled with lots of good information as well.
I'm going to add one thing about the management discussion and analysis. We're working on making that a little bit more robust, starting with this year that will end on June 30. That document should sort of stand alone from the financial statements. And even if you're not an accountant, you don't want to read the financial statement, that should be about an 8 to 10 page document that sort of narratively walks you through what occurred through the year so that you don't have to have the accounting background to understand it. So we'll work on that. That's going to be really important as we move into the rating agency cycle, because the rating agencies have very rigid metrics for how they rate you, but they've added an additional component that's subjective. That's how does management and governance present their information. That's where we can do better, because we can add to our management discussion and analysis to improve the clarity and the transparency of what we're talking about.
Okay, so quickly, if we were looking at the statement of net position for the year, you'll see that assets and deferred outflows were up by $96 million for the end of the fiscal year. That was driven by a couple big increases. We continue to see total cash and investments, both current and non-current cash and investments, that increased by $164 million during the year, 37%. Again, this is part of that ongoing fiscal recovery effort we've had to make sure we're not overspending and building some reserves for the university. We also benefited from the ability to recover some of those CARES Act HERF funds for lost revenues that were able to come back into the university and recharge some of those losses. We also saw our first kind of accounting thing. I would call this just a straight up accounting thing. We have a number of pensions and liabilities that are managed at the state level, and those liabilities get then prorated down to the university and booked on our books. One of those pensions had a really unique swing this year, where the plan assets in the pension increased faster than what the actuaries thought. And so this year that actually became an asset instead of a liability. That's a really kind of unusual swing, and that caused our assets to jump up a little bit as well. You'll see us refer to that throughout. We're kind of just putting a little bit of doubt on that change because we think it's going to go the other way. Then as the market kind of changes back around, we think that will decline right back into line. We did see some unrealized losses in our land trust endowment, which helped offset some of those increases in assets we saw there. Looking down at liabilities and deferred outflows, they increased by $38 million due to a couple of things. We had our routine payoff of long-term debt. We continued to pay off that debt without taking on new debt. So long-term liabilities decreased by $37 million. Those were overshadowed by a change in what we call, I should look at my notes on this one, deferred inflows of resources, which is a liability for the university associated with those state pension plans that kind of swung those liabilities in the direction for the year. Finally, on this slide, you'll see our net position, or if we were a corporation, equity, and that's broken down into a number of categories. You'll see net investment capital assets. That's our physical assets of the university minus depreciation and any debt on those assets. We have restricted non-expendable. A good example of that would be the corpus of the endowment. It's there for a specific purpose. We don't take money out of that. It stays there. We have a small restricted loan pool that is used for some student support loans that recharges itself every year. We have restricted expendable. A good example of that would be earnings on the endowment. They're able to be spent. They're restricted for the purpose which they'll be spent. And finally, unrestricted net position or assets are those revenues that are more generally available for use in the university. Total net position increased by $58 million for this fiscal year. The big change happening in that unrestricted net assets, which was driven by two functions. Again, a real trend in our cash investments was a positive, good trend, and then kind of that funny accounting liability thing on the pension that changed to an asset that made that number jump quite a bit.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that pension liability is the fiscal 22 is actually picking up fiscal 21's operating performance. So if you remember, the markets were way up in fiscal 21. Well, they went down in 22. We'll see that in 23 reflected in our book. So we know the downturn is coming, so it'll have that impact. But looking at what Matt was just walking through, the statement of net position over a 5-year period, you do want to see that nicely stair step up, and you can see that it's done that here over time. But when you think about the assets, I want to point out what's also in there. We've talked about cash, and cash is certainly really important, and the rating agencies spend a lot of time on liquidity. One of the metrics that we want to add is a day's cash on hand, because it shifts pretty dramatically for a higher education institution across the year. We have cash when students pay tuition. We don't have cash when they're not paying tuition. So our cash flow is very bumpy. And so when we add a day's cash on hand with a candlestick chart, you'll see where the high and low points are of the year. Because what's reported here is June 30. It's just a snapshot. It's one day. So that's going to change a lot. I also want to point out one of the biggest assets that we have, net assets, is our property. It's our built environment. It's the land and the facilities that we're in. Now it's net of depreciation, which you're going to see that in a minute. That's a big number, but keep that in mind that all of the, as Matt referred to it as equity, is a lot of it is taken up in the built environment. It's not expendable dollars to us.
So as we flip over,
excuse me, when you say expendable, you mean not liquid?
It's not liquid. Thank you.
good clarification. Thank you. So the statement of revenue and expenses change in that position, or the income statement, a few highlights there. Operating revenues were up 115 million in fiscal year 22 versus 21. That's from a few things. We saw kind of expected growth in grants and contracts. They were up 28 million. We're happy with that continued growth during that time, even in a more competitive environment. The other big change in revenue we saw, as you can remember, fiscal year 21 was the pandemic time. And so a lot of our auxiliaries, housing and dining and athletics, really had a drop in their revenues as we were working in a remote environment. And so they rebounded back those revenues during fiscal year 22 to just about pre-pandemic levels. And so we see that increase come through as a change in income, an increase. We also saw a decrease in tuition and fees that was down about 6% from fiscal year 21, and that tracks with the enrollment trends that we've been seeing. On the operating expense side, we're up $57 million over the prior year. This was a really interesting trend we saw. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Jump
Just keep
all over.
going.
We saw an interesting trend on operating expenses as we came back to in-person on our campuses. As we would expect, we actually saw our wage expense go up as we had more folks working, more students working hourly service, front-facing type jobs that we just didn't have during fiscal year 21 when our campuses were working in a more remote environment. So that was the big driver on operating expenses. Non-operating revenues you'll see a big swing in the financial statements on non-operating revenues. That was
Are
largely
we on the
due.
wrong slide?
I see.
Oh, is somebody advancing us too fast? Yeah, we're supposed to be back. Back.
I don't think you have a slide for that.
No, we're still back on
Yeah.
the slide that was showing the
What's the
difference
chart?
between the 2 years. There we go.
Thank you.
Non-operating revenues, fairly big swing there. Most of that is from an unrealized loss in our land trust dollars. Those are invested by the state investment board. That market went down a little bit. We reflected that unrecognized loss that impacted revenue for this year. We anticipate that that will turn back around as well. And finally, we added about 29 million in capital additions during the year. That number is a little bit small. That's because it's the first year of the biennium. That's not unusual for us to have a slightly smaller capital spend the first year of the biennium. The second year of the biennium, we'll see that number jump up again.
And again, the same information over a period of time. You can see the tuition and fees is the dark crimson there at the bottom that underlies most of what we do. And you can see you can't tell very much from the eye chart, but it is trending down here with enrollment. On top of that, you see the state appropriations, and we've had success there that has gone up. As you heard Chris say earlier, it's coming in for salaries. It's not 100% of what we need for salaries, but it's also for things that are specific expenditures that will come forward for us. So it's not free dollars to expend on the university's operation. You'll see the grants, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. And then, as Matt mentioned, 21 here is very bumpy. It dropped because of the COVID pandemic. We did not have a lot of our auxiliary operations in effect then. And this is really a success story. You know, the grants and contracts are up 19% over this 5-year period. The good news here is not only is that additional grant activity, which is great for our faculty and for the institution, but a lot of these dollars produce facilities and administrative fees. So there are indirect cost recoveries that we receive also that help support the operating mission as well. So that this is two stories here. Both the grants going up is great, but F&A going up is great too.
And you'll actually see a version of this chart twice today. You'll see it here from the financial statements, which is all how we use all revenue resources by these categories. From that view, about 57% of our total expense are related to salaries and benefits. Not unexpected. When we look at the budget, we'll see that for the core budget in the university, the available for allocation resources, and that percentage will be a little bit higher as well.
Before you move on, I do want to
Okay, go
mention
ahead.
depreciation, because you see that as an expense here. That's not cash out the door, but it is the recognition that the asset does decrease in value every year. It's just straight line math over the useful life of that facility. But it's really important to note, and unless we reinvest through deferred maintenance dollars like the state's minor projects, that number continues to hurt us in a financial state way.
On the right, this really isn't a chart from here. So I'm on the right slide here. So this is the 5-year trend then on those same categories. A few things that stick out here is we see salaries and wages have grown over time as to be expected. There's two things happening there. Actually, total employee FTE during this 5-year period is down from what it was in 2018. We have had some salary increase programs that were able to come into place for the university during this 5-year period. Over the 5 years, faculty and AP have received 3.5% cumulative increases in salary, which doesn't seem like much when you say it here out loud, does it? Classified staff have done a little better, 12% cumulative increase for classified staff during this 5-year period, which we're grateful for that. Again, those salary increases and expense have been offset by an almost 4% decrease in employee FTE. This is a new view from the financial statements that's in there, but it's the first time we've tried to show it with 5 years consecutively. This is something we're going to continue to look at and improve our data as we move forward in our financial reporting cycle. This takes all of the university's resources and shows how we spend those into these kind of functional categories. The interesting thing here is, although it's hard to see in this chart, is it doesn't change very much from year to year. On average, about 58% of all the university's resources go into instruction, research, public service, and academic support. And in any one of the 5 years, it only varies by about 1% either way each year in these categories. Again, just wanted to begin showing this information. You'll see it from a core budget perspective. We're going to begin using this more robustly from the financial statements as well to track our progress.
And this is really important because this is the information that institutional research submits for iPads. And so you can compare yourself to other institutions, both peers and not. What we want to do this year is look to make sure that all of these expenditures are being bucketed, for the lack of using a good accounting word, bucketed in the right space. Because not only are they reported to iPads, but that's what US World Reports pulls to use to say how much faculty resources do you have. And if we're putting them in the wrong categories, we need to make sure that those are as clean as possible so that we can possibly affect that part of the US News score.
Can I just ask a quick question? What's the difference between instruction and academic support?
Academic support is things like the library. Instruction is really intended to be in the classroom, the teaching in the classroom. And academic support is typically the library and some IT expenditures as well. So it's what supports that use. It's also the provost.
Yeah, and advising probably.
Right, that's right. That's right.
Department chairs,
Yep.
those types of things would be in that category.
So the work to teach our students is a crimson.
Right,
at the bottom.
it's the big,
Okay.
big part. You would certainly want that to be as high.
Just trying to figure out, like, of the bands, which one is the largest one going to students?
Yes, instruction.
How would this profile sort of compare to any of our peer institutions?
That's what we want to do. We want to do the work to compare that. I'm sure that Chris has probably done that in previous iterations, but that's where we want to really spend some time. I will tell you that I'm using this term bucketing, the way we put our expenditures in these classifications, while it's sort of regulated by NACUBO, there's a manual that actually tells you what goes into which category. It's not audited. So it's not necessarily that one institution thinks of something in the exact same way that another does, but we can get pretty close. I would say, just with previous experience at other institutions, this is pretty close to what you would expect at a big flagship institution. There may be a little bit of change. We're high in research because this is a high research institution comparative to others, but so are our peer group. So we'll look at that a lot more closely. Where you want to see that you don't have what you would consider more expenditures or things that are not in the classroom. Is your physical plant really, really high? And if so, why? There's a lot of square footage here. There's a lot of acreage here. Is institutional support really, really high? Because that's, we call that overhead, but that's me, that's Matt, that's advancement, that's the communications office, that's the ancillary things to the academic.
Just one other quick question about this. When you actually sort of rack up the categories, suppose you have somebody who's doing a part of the institutional support or whatever, and they're doing instruction. So do you actually?
I don't know what
split
we
people?
do here, and I bet somebody in this room might know. At a previous institution, we did split people apart so that we could show where they were.
Those are good questions. So we'll go into some of this performance benchmarking that we've done. And again, as Leslie mentioned, we'll be looking to kind of update these ratios as needed to reflect some new trends. So we've previously looked to track, monitor cash investments really closely, both as a university, and we know that's something the rating agencies are very interested in. The first chart is spendable cash investments to operating expense. And as a reminder, this is a measure of how many years the institution could operate based on our cash we have on hand today. I would just point on here, looking at the trend, we're continuing this progress. It started with the fiscal recovery during 3 years. We're continuing to edge our way up there. We're making progress towards these benchmark peers. And I view this as pretty positive improvement that we've seen over a 5-year period. We continue to see that continue on it. And to be honest, that's a tribute to the outstanding faculty and staff across the university working in departments that are making this all happen. Living within their budget, still completing our mission. So that's a good news slide. This other slide is one that we're going to put up our little accounting caution sign on. Again, I should have brought one of those. This is supposed to measure cash investments to your long-term liabilities. This is where we talked about that funny switch where one of our pension liabilities became an asset this year. When that happened, this number just jumps off the page, right? Because your total liabilities drop significantly. So we see this giant increase in our coverage. So when we look at this slide, we prefer to just take a longer term view of this and kind of just look at the trend. We anticipate that either next year or the year after, we'll see us come right back down into our normal trend line. But overall, stepping back over 5 years, pretty happy with our progress here. We're edging up into our peer group as far as our cash investments to total liabilities.
And when we are able to graph our peers and the medians for Moody's, they will also see that offshoot because everybody had that stellar year in fiscal 21 with performance. There's something really interesting in this slide, though. You can see we're tracking the Moody's AA2 and AA3. AA2 is better than AA3, but it's actually in the reverse position. And the reason for that is institutions that have more assets and have more cash available can take more risk. And that's reflected in this chart, because if you have the dollars, you are willing to take the risk to see if it will see future revenue growth, and you can see that here.
One of the metrics we look at moving on to revenues, we've traditionally tracked the tuition discount percent. As always, when we look at this, this is not a perfect measure of tuition discounting, but the nice thing about it is all public institutions attempt to follow a similar methodology. when they calculate this percentage for their financial statements. So while not perfect, it gives us some relative measure for where we're at from a total discounting perspective. You can see that we just have traditionally been in about the same location over the time period we've been tracking this, to slightly higher than peers as far as tuition and discounting. Within the numbers behind this, about half of that is made up by what we call true waivers that are revenue not collected. The other half is made up of federal, state, and institutional aid funds and scholarships that are provided to students.
And so what's really interesting about this chart is, from a student perspective, you want them to have a high discount because you want them to take less debt and to be able to afford college. From an institutional perspective, you want high net revenue, so that they're in opposition to each other. But what's interesting here too is this is capturing Pell eligibility and students who receive Pell. That pushes you higher. So we have Pell students. It's also picking up the students who were in the Western Undergraduate Exchange, the WUI program. That's booked here too.
So this could be a feature of our geography
Part
as
of it.
well as
That's right.
our choices in discounting. And these are absolute percentages, so this reflects the fact that we are on average giving a 44% discount off of tuition.
That is correct.
So that's quite different than our peers.
That is quite different from our peers, but again, the geography is important, but also Pell eligibility is contributing to that. And if you contrast that with private institutions are all at 50 or higher.
But Pell eligibility would be across, our peer
No.
institutions
It-
would also have Pell eligibility, right? Yeah, interesting.
Does the college, the Washington College grant also filter, because that can be huge.
That's it.
That's again geography there.
Yeah.
Have we looked at what our numbers would be if we took out geography?
We have not, but we can.
I'd be curious,
Yeah.
just to normalize that against peers.
We may need to know what their geography is as well.
Well, if you just sort of said, okay, let's just treat
Yeah.
peers as being on, because obviously some of
Sure.
them are in our geography, but
Yeah.
just treat them as, on average, they're a block, but if we just abstracted our geography, roughly, we could have an idea, I think, what factor geography plays in our numbers. Is it 10% or 2%?
Great, thank you. The last thing we look at from a revenue and expense perspective is operating margin. I love Leslie, as we were reviewing this, so for the first time, she made a comment. We say the desired direction's up here, but you don't want to have so much money laying around, then that means you're not making investments to move the university forward. So what a delicate
We don't have a
balance,
profit
right?
margin. Higher
Right.
education doesn't have a profit margin, but we recognize part of our role is to ensure the intergenerational equity of the institution, that it lives past we do. So this one's challenging. Yes, you have to have a margin, but be reasonable about it.
And then we're gonna hold up that accounting caution
Yeah.
sign again here, because that change in the pension from liability to asset is again creating that massive spike for fiscal year 22. So we're gonna just kind of act like that jump's not there and look for what that trend looks like over the last couple of years. But we have seen, again, from the fiscal recovery, we see those years where we're routinely overspending what we brought in every year. We see that reflected, and we see us kind of coming back above zero again, which is a positive sign of that being successful.
So 2021, we did not have the accounting caution flag. So 2021 is a real number.
Yeah, we think that's a pretty good number.
Okay. In 2022, we think it's without
it's
the
pretty
accounting
high.
funniness would be more right around there.
Yeah, but you're gonna see it come back down when we finish 23, simply because that pension liability was 21's performance pulled forward a year.
Right. No, I just was curious.
Yeah.
So what we think if 2022 was normalized.
Mhm.
I'm just curious because now we're going to talk about 2023 or
yeah.
2024 or what, I don't know what
Yeah.
we're talking about, but the years, we're going to talk about the next
next
thing,
year.
whatever that is. So if 2022, if you ignored the accounting funniness that's going on, would 2022 look like 3.6? Would it be kind of flattish, or do you think it would be still upward, or would it be down? What do you think it would look like roughly?
I think it's gonna flatten up pretty nicely because we would have seen, that was a rebound year coming out of the pandemic. So we saw some revenues come up, as we talked about, particularly in the auxiliaries.
Mhm.
So those rebound, but we also saw the increases in expenses
Yeah.
come up to match to provide the services to students and other
Yeah.
activities. So I think we'd see that
Flattish.
level out about the same place.
Thank you.
The last piece for our presentation is the debt profile. A reminder that in accordance with Board of Regents policy number 5, we need to require a debt report every year to the board. This fulfills that requirement as we walk through this here. One other highlight I would share here, a reminder that except to refund or refinance existing bonds for savings, the university takes on no new debt without advance approval from the board. So while this is a nice summary every year, you can rest assured that there's no new debt happening that's not approved here by the board.
And really quickly, these are the principles that we have in our debt policy. I think the most important of these, and the one that I would call your attention to, is the cost of capital. In the last 18 to 24 months, you've seen interest rates start to really separate. Prior to that, it didn't matter if we were a AA1, a AA2, or a AA3, everyone was paying about the same interest rate. But now as they start to pull apart from each other, having a credit rating that is solid is important, because there will be real difference between those interest rates that we're paying in the long term.
I would just highlight the other thing I think we spend a fair bit of time on is also debt affordability, and that's having the resources to pay off the debt over 5, 10, 25 years. So spending a lot of time thinking about what would be the repayment source that's sustainable that can pay for that debt service over time. So a quick recap of any debt activities for fiscal year 22. The university did issue a refunding or refinance of existing bonds in 2022. That generated about $3.5 million, or almost 17% in net present value savings. That saved about $258,000 a year. On these particular bonds, those actually go back into the capital budget. They'll save money on the building fee revenue that then populates back into the capital budget for use when Olivia's up here talking about capital. So that is some good news. We're continuing to monitor right now some other refunding opportunities. We've about exhausted our whole portfolio of good refunding opportunities while market rates were low. We do have 1 or 2 candidates that are just right on the edge. We're going to watch them closely to see if there'd be an opportunity to save money here over the next 6 months. Quickly as we finish up, as you look at this chart, what we're looking at here is eventually we expect the crimson color to become the whole circle. We're phasing out our traditional kind of auxiliary revenue bonds, moving to a university general revenue bond instrument that helps us get better rates in the market. So we'll just continue to monitor this chart over time. And then we show this pie chart just to look at thinking about debt as a strategic resource, but it's limited and how much capacity we have there. This slide demonstrates, I think, how we've tried to balance the use of that strategic resource over time to promote different aspects of the university, be that instruction, research facilities, housing and dining, and auxiliary facilities or athletics facilities. We see a pretty nice balance in the use of our debt, how that's been used today. As far as our current principal, this shows us paying off all of our debt over multiple periods. It's interesting to note that in the next 10 years, we'll pay off 54% of our current outstanding debt unless we take on some new debt along the way. And then this chart shows our annual debt service, which you'll notice looks slightly different. I'll back up. Our principal being paid off at a very quick clip there. We've tried to go from an annual debt service load to equalize that around an affordability perspective for how much debt service we feel like we can take on as a university every year. So we try to keep that number kind of level from year to year from an affordability perspective. So you'll see that more flat. Annual debt service at about $52 million per year.
There are a lot of different structures going on in higher education right now for debt. You'll see some institutions show that chart and they'll have these giant bullet payments out in the future to make next generations, both administration and students, worry about how do you make that payment. But we don't have that in our structure here, nor do we have any variable rate debt.
So no big balloons.
No big balloons.
No balloon payments right now. it is being used pretty broadly. California.
So I
has a
said, this
number.
is making future boards work too easy, so I'd like to.
Do a 100-year bullet.
Yeah.
100-year bullet, that's right.
Can I ask, there's one bar that looks like it's staying constant, well, all the other bars are.
Is that the orange?
It is the
That's the
orange.
athletics.
Is there an explanation why all the other pieces are going down and that one's staying constant?
Yeah, that part of that was, you might recall that as part of COVID, we've had about a I'm doing this off the top of my mind, this is dangerous, about a $35 million new debt we took on to take care of the athletics deficit during COVID. And we made a choice to structure that debt service so that it would be level set into their budget. And so we were able to structure that so their annual debt service stayed the same
Okay.
for the next many years, which from a planning perspective made it easier for them to cope with that payment.
Thank you.
Great question. Good eye on such a small
I
chart.
really.
That's really nice. Finally, we just finished off talking about bond rating. Leslie's already mentioned that a number of times as we walk through. A reminder that WSU uses 2 credit rating agencies, both Standard & Poor's and Moody's. Our last interaction with them, Moody's assigned the university an A3 stable rating for the university, and our last rating from S&P Global assigned an A+ rating to the university. So if we toggle over this chart, which is very small looking perhaps, gives us a sense for how we look. In the column chart at the right, we've stratified all the public universities into these rating categories and shows kind of by number where we sit at the A8.
We're in the big bar.
Yeah, we're
In
in
the
that
biggest
big
bar,
bar.
we're in the big bar.
The AA2 for AA3.
AA3, right, AA3. What's important about this is both Moody's and Standard & Poor's have moved the entire higher education sector to negative outlook. So as long as we can maintain a positive outlook when we sit through our next rating cycle, that'll be a big win for us.
What's the last reading?
21.
21 with S&P, 22 with Moody's. And again, to echo what Leslie said, this is a change. The last several years, you cared about your bond rating, but from a cost of capital perspective, it didn't impact you that much. Now we're starting to see those spread a little bit. So just a little extra motivation to be able to tell our story with the rating agencies this month. I think that's all our slides for that one.
For that section.
Questions?
Yes,
Please. Sorry.
Please.
Very
Such
excited.
a pleasant report. I think that was awesome. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to reconcile or connect the dots on the messages around financial health, audit report. Things are getting better in good condition, to the call for budget reductions. So can you just help me connect those dots a little bit? Because it sounds all great here.
Right.
And then, but the data on enrollment is low and.
Right.
And so everybody's gonna have to, do more with less.
Yeah.
So, just from a messaging standpoint, can you help me connect the dots on that?
I'll start and I'll ask Matt to fill in where I have gaps here. The core operating budget is based on tuition, and as enrollment goes down, then the tuition is going to reduce, and you're going to see that in the next presentation that Regent Shower asked us to put together for the budget.
Yeah.
Those things are just inextricably linked. What we're trying to do is continue to put some reserves in place so that we have cash on hand, unless there's another thing like a COVID or something that's cataclysmic like that makes you rely on the liquidity that you have, because we didn't have that for so long. And so we're trying to protect ourselves in the long term. But remember that the annual operating budget is based on that year's revenues coming in. So as enrollment pulls down, it pulls it down for that year. But because we're an undergraduate institution and a graduate institution, a low enrollment year means a low enrollment year, not just 1 year, but the second year, the third year, and the fourth year, because now it's trending down. This year, we have the situation where a lower class came in the fall of 22, but we're going to graduate a big class on Saturday. So you have the two hits. It's great that there was a big class, but they're leaving. So you have to have that trend over a 4-year period. So we can see that we have to bring the core expenses down, the recurring budget down, because that long-term enrollment trend is what's important.
That seems like a key piece of the communication. So that we can really understand what's going on, but.
Yeah, it's
thanks
not
for that
single year,
explanation.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And miss anything there? that you want to
That's
go
great.
over?
And I think the next presentation item on the FY '24 budget, how that was formulated and rolled out will help connect some of those dots as well.
I was thinking on your MD&A, that will be, I think when you get that going, will be a key thing for not only obviously great for us, but also for your community at large in using that as a tool to communicate what's going on with the finances of the university, because that's a tool that can be accessible, but also it's not dumbing it down.
Oh, no, not at all, not
it's-
at all. It's taking the accounting ease out of it.
Yeah, and it's good enough for Moody's, it's good enough for everybody, right?
So Leslie, hypothetically, if we're seeking any bonding authority upcoming, how are interest rates looking now? Since that's in the news, how?
They're going up. I mean, unfortunately, they went up again yesterday. Higher education is still a good credit. I mean, bondholders want to have our debt because it's backed by the full faith and credit of the university. And now that we've moved to a general obligation bond and not just a housing revenue or an athletic revenue, it's the whole university's revenue that's available to pay it back. We're a good credit. So we'll enjoy okay rates, but they're up. I mean, a couple of years ago, I issued debt for 2.5%. It's 5 today, easy. 5+. So it's just a function of the market. What you want is to go into the market and have such a strong position that the folks who want your debt, they oversubscribe you. That's what you want. And we are in that position right now.
Where's the cash held? From a bank standpoint, like who are our banks right now?
Let's see, our
Good question.
primary bank is Bank of America, who does kind of our daily banking, I would call that. And then anything that's not kind of daily liquidity needs, we're quite restricted where we can invest that. We're not out in stocks or anything risky like that, but we can also put money with the state treasurer, has a combined investment pool. It's called the long-term investment plan. We put some money there where it gets invested. We have a Western Asset Management does some smaller portfolio work for us on some smaller investments.
Don't have any money in Silicon Valley Bank. We didn't have any money in Republic National Bank.
Uninsured
No.
deposits.
We use the other bank we work with a fair bit is US Bank. They do our payroll distribution for us, but not a lot of money sits there. They just distribute the bank money, the ACH out to each.
Okay, it's time for a little break. So, because the next topic is going to be also another topic that I hope will engage and allow for an opportunity for questions. So let's do a 10-minute break. So 2:25. We'll start again and then we'll let our presenters take a break too.
Lunch, water, more water.
But it's still, there's a lot out there.
There's a lot of, there's a lot of.
System budget update, and this was something that I asked that we add to the agenda. I think that it's really important that the Regents have an opportunity to spend time on this topic. And I haven't had a chance, this was not part of our kind of pre-meeting. There are a significant number of slides, and I really want to be able to allow us the time to engage and ask questions. I also want to recognize we have still many items on our agenda. So I'd like to allow Leslie and Matt to please kind of move us through this next section, and then also Kirk to lean in if there's other comments that you want to make as well. But we'll use the next few minutes to go through this section of our agenda item.
And like magic, God makes it happen. Thank you for asking that we add this to the agenda, Regent Shower. What we'll talk about today is an overview of our sources and uses at a very high level in a pie chart. We'll talk about state appropriations, our student tuition and how important that is, and to Regent Ramos's question, why is that the driver of everything? The budget priorities and challenges that we've had for this year and why there is a reduction coming forward, our strategy, and certainly looking ahead to what the new budget model is going to bring. You mentioned that in your discussion about the financial statements, and we're looking already ahead to fiscal 25. I do want to introduce, if you don't know, Kelly Westhoff, another face at the table here. Kelly is our Executive Director of Budget and Planning here at the university. She's going to join and walk through some of these slides. At the highest level, this is our budget for the current year. It's a $1.2 billion enterprise. And you see that we've marked two primary things there. That's our state appropriation and our net tuition and fees. Those two things are basically the composition of the core budget, what we have the ability to allocate out. Everything else in that comes from a certain source and is designated for a certain use. So federal grants come in and they must be used for that same federal grant activity. Auxiliary enterprises, those dollars come in and they are used to support things like housing and dining and athletics. So the two primary things, the sources that make up our core budget are the state dollars and the net tuition dollars. In just a second, you'll see that's roughly half of this amount. So it's not a $1.2 billion amount that we can allocate. It's really about half that. There is some other revenue that comes in. We talked in the previous presentation about the F&A that comes from our grants, the indirect cost recovery. That is another source that we can use. And there are some other things that happen across the campus that are not core academic mission, but they help support the core budget. Then Kelly's going to talk about that core budget.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. So yeah, this slide is really a representation of that same $1.2 billion budget, but a view that illustrates the core operating funds of the university being just over half of that total, and then the other designated operating funds being the other half. Those designated funds, again, being the ones that Leslie mentioned, are somewhat restricted or designated for a specific use, like contracts and grants, auxiliary services, gifts, and restricted student fees. And then if we just look at that core fund, the 51% that represents the core operating funds of the institution, you can see that the tuition and state appropriation comprise about 90% of that total of the allocable funds of the university. And these are the funds, again, that pay for the day-to-day operations of the university. The other 10% is comprised of those F&A recoveries that Leslie mentioned, and some other administrative fees and interest. So if we look at how those core funds are spent, there's a couple of different ways we can look at that. And this is harkening kind of back to the financial statement presentation we just saw, only now we're just looking at those core funds. So you can see that those are very heavily concentrated in salaries and benefits. 85% of our core operating budget is spent on salaries and benefits for our faculty, staff, and graduate assistants, and 15% approximately for operating costs. And then that other view of our core fund expenditures, again, this was the bar chart that you saw over time by function. So these are our expenditures by function. And again, 74% of that core operating budget is spent on the core missional activities of instruction, research, public service, and academic support.
I think arguably the darker blue sliver that's student services, you'd add that into the crimson as well, since that's directly related to our student mission. The two things that would not be highlighted then are the operation and maintenance of the plant, and then the overhead, the institutional support.
And then finally, the state appropriation, I just want to point out, this is really a great indicator of the support that we've had from the state of Washington and continued growth in our state appropriation. One key thing to remember about that, though, is when we do get new funding from the state, it's typically earmarked for something, either specific programming or salaries. Most recently, like the College of Medicine funding took place over several biennia, as well as a cybersecurity program that was recently funded.
And so as we looked forward to how we should build the budget for fiscal year 24, this coming year, we of course looked at state appropriations being a big portion of the state budget, of the core budget, as well as operating tuition. As Kelly mentioned, that makes up 41% of that core budget. So we want to take a few minutes to review the major assumptions that are included in our tuition forecast for fiscal year 24. Also to know that things may change. We're monitoring things closely as we move forward into fall, and then of course the forecast can be updated. So the fiscal year 24 budget plan is built on three major assumptions that are kind of shown in this chart. That first, the number of first year students for fall of 23 will be about the same level as fall of 22. But there's a 2.5% increase in tuition rates, and that will be deliberated and voted on by the board tomorrow. And then waiver levels from year to year, last year to the coming year, stay about the same. So with those assumptions, what you can kind of see in that chart, we're forecasting about a $4 million drop in tuition as we move into fiscal year 24. And over time, since fiscal year 21, we've had about an $11 million drop in tuition, and that speaks to some of the activity we're taking on to reduce budgets to help address that loss in revenue there. We thought it'd be helpful just to recap here again a little bit of the student enrollment trends. This shows all of the enrollment system-wide by different student categories. As we break that apart, we start to see some different trends. As we go to the next slide, we'll look at undergraduate enrollment. We've seen a 13% decline in undergraduate enrollment since fall of 2019, which is about 3,000 students. And as we look at graduate enrollment on the next slide, that's changed a little bit as well. Down about 20% on graduate students. And then professional students is kind of a little bit different trend there. This is interesting to look over time at that. We saw significant growth as the state funded the cohorts of new medical students, and we saw significant growth from about 60 medical students in 2018 up to 320 in 2023. And then our MBA programs in that first few years of the chart really grew. And online MBA programs almost doubled their enrollment in the first 3 years of this chart. Since then, we've seen some decline. The number of participants in the online MBA programs has come back down a little bit. And as Chancellor Wald mentioned earlier today, we are experiencing a steep decline in the PharmD program right now the last few years. So you're seeing that kind of trail off in professional enrollment as well. You know, as we look at all this enrollment stuff, I would just stop and pause unless you might have some additional information here. But we're seeing some preliminary positive notes, I would call that, with how enrollment could look for next fall. That could certainly bring some more good news to this work.
Yes, and if you'll excuse me, I'm going to read this off my phone. I asked Psyche to send me this morning, and Kirk and Elizabeth have certainly been involved in this discussion. If you don't know, decision day for students was Monday. May 1 is when undergrads have to decide whether they're going to school. So we have good information on who we think will be here. Psyche's reporting that confirmations for all students across the system are up 9.5% right now. Confirmation for Washington residents is up 5.5%. Non-residents is up 9.9%. There's a big jump percentage-wise in our international enrollment. Our students who have confirmed internationally are up 83.3%, Now, remember, that jump is so big because during COVID, they stopped coming. They couldn't get into the country. So that's a big number. What he cautions, of course, is what we dealt with last summer is there is summer melt coming. So students will say they're coming someplace, but then over the summer, we need to make sure they really are going to show up in the month of August. So that's all great news that's coming out from Saichi's area. And, you know, during this enrollment strategy and the decision to pass along a cut, that area was preserved. It was needed that we needed to bolster enrollment so they were not subject to the 6% reduction.
So that's up from last year. How would that compare to pre-COVID?
I don't have that right now, but we can certainly. provide that.
I think it's fall 2021. I think that's what Saichi had said, is that we're back to
fall 21
where we
level.
were fall 21, which obviously was down from, say, 2019, but
Right.
it's going in the right
Yeah,
direction.
2019 was the peak year.
It historically peaked here. so
Right, and that's the
we
class
have
that
a high
graduates
mountain-
on Saturday.
And a high mountain to fall from.
So that's undergraduate, so that's the fall 21 class that was the 24 and change thousand year as a total enrollment. So we don't know what the,
That's fine.
yeah, that doesn't tell us what the entering class was then.
Right, that's the total right there, sure is.
Leslie, you made another comment. I don't think this is the right time to answer this question, but you opened the door. So you said the enrollment team, you preserved that team in the budget. Is there another team that was preserved as well?
No, and that's actually on this next slide. So it leads nicely into that. That was the unit that was set aside to protect them so that they could make sure that there were investments being made. The other thing that happened this year with enrollment is we started accepting the Common App, which means the number of applications skyrockets when you open up a Common App. So you need more folks to actually go through that information. So that's another reason we held on list.
Is that the only group?
So just to recap for you, this slide is a picture of our planning process. So when we began the planning process for FY24, this was several months ago, and we were looking at particular budget priorities and challenges. And obviously that biggest challenge was the tuition reduction and the need to adjust the base budgets for the tuition revenue decline. As Matt has described, when we did the modeling for that, we were being very conservative, assuming a very equal incoming class to this fall and assuming a 2.5% tuition rate increase. And again, the reduction in revenue is driven primarily because of the large graduating classes and then replacing them with smaller incoming classes. So we had an $11 million constraint there on revenue. And then we just discussed, there was a strategic decision to protect the enrollment management group to help our enrollment and to bolster those efforts. And then we also had a few new commitments that were added in FY23. They were urgent and strategic that were funded or needed to be funded through some permanent reallocation. Those included nursing salary adjustments that were necessary to maintain accreditation for the college, some strategic faculty hires, other faculty strategic positions, and some system costs, as well as some deferred maintenance costs. So all told, we were looking about an $18.4 million deficit that we needed to fill through some means.
So we thought it might be helpful to just look back where we've been over the last couple of years as far as budget reductions. And this is a bit nuanced here, and I welcome help to explain this as we go through this, Kelly and Leslie. So looking back at fiscal year 21, that was the time at the onset of the pandemic. The state issued a target reduction of $37 million to the university. We did a budget holdback, we call for that. So it was a one-time reduction to units, not an ongoing reduction of 10%. So if I was thinking about it, units were expecting to be here their budget was held back by 10% less, so they were at 90% left. But then going into the next year, they were expected to go back to 100% again, not a permanent reduction to their budget. For fiscal year 22, we started to experience some of those enrollment declines. And so at the Tri-Cities and Vancouver campus, they made plans locally. Their tuition pools are independent. They made actions on their budget as needed to adjust to their enrollment levels. The Pullman, Spokane, Global Campus, and Everett campus use what I'm calling a shared tuition pool. All those funds are pulled together and operate those campuses together. Of 7.5% one-time reduction was applied to budgets for fiscal year 22. Here's the nuance we're trying to explain, and in retrospect, it was an opportunity to communicate this better, I think. So if you were a unit, you took 10% hold back in 21, you expected that budget to go back up to 100%, but it actually only went up 2.5% because we did a 7.5 reduction. So actually units had 2.5% more money in 22 than they had in the past. But that's a really nuanced budget message that we're probably thinking about now retrospectively, how we could communicate that better. For fiscal year 23, we had a combination of reductions. We did for lower enrollments and the change in the underfunded compensation plan from the state, we did a 2.5% permanent reduction for all campuses. And then Tri-Cities and Vancouver, for their independent tuition pools, made additional adjustments to their budgets reflecting the enrollment downturns that they were facing. And for the other campuses, again, which is Pullman, Spokane, Global, and Everett, 2.5% one-time reduction was applied to those budgets. So a 5% hold back on budgets for 23 compared to a 7.5 before. The positives is that for
that was the nuance we were trying to get, not only the campus difference across the system, but also what was recurring and what was permanent, because there's been a 2.5% reduction for this current fiscal year that ends on June 30. But going into next year, there will be 6%. So add those two together, there's an 8.5% reduction. Compare that to back in fiscal 21, where there was a 10% one-time reduction. So in the strangest way, it's better than it was in fiscal 21, but it's a permanent reduction. And I think the challenge is, of course, there's less enrollments that we're servicing, but a lot of the operations, like we had Charles earlier this morning talk about the constrained resources that she has for risk management and compliance. That's where you see that is there. She's not necessarily a student-facing organization. In some ways she is, because that's where Title IX complaints come from, but we're serving less students and we have less revenue to do so.
And then how does all this play into the salary increases that got approved?
Yeah, well, first of all, we're looking at 23 and then 24 planning. The salary increases were funded about 2/3 in the state budget, and I think leadership will do some maybe pencil sharpening around the budget and watch closely for our enrollment and see what we might be able to do. So we will give the salary adjustments that are in the budget to our classified staff, because those are state classified employees. And then there will be a residual left that we can examine for opportunities for salary increases for faculty exempt professionals. There was one kind of nice thing that happened in the budget, which I mentioned in our challenges. We had the nursing salaries that were urgently that we needed to fund in FY23. We actually were funded for that through the state budget process. So that kind of helps us backfill, if you will, some of the cut that we've already planned for, the 6%. So I think we'll be evaluating that as a whole as far as what we can do for salaries.
The classified salaries are 4% and 3%. So those are given. We have to do those, and we have to figure out how we can fund the faculty and the administrative professional and the grad students.
Okay. So just to spell it out, so like for the 6% or the 2.5 plus the 6, to say all that is for this next period. But then if I'm a classified person sitting in a department, that is happening to everything but my salary, which is required to be increased by the legislation that has occurred. And then if I'm not a classified person, there is still a pot of money that is sitting at the university that we can only use for salaries, or we can use it for other things, or what's the?
I don't know of an instance that we haven't used state appropriated dollars for salaries for something else, so I don't know the answer, to be honest, whether that could be used for something else.
The staff, the classified staff dollars would be absolutely used for increases.
Well, classified, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, then there's this other, and there was a discussion of other money left, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out if there's other money that sitting there, or.
Yeah, the state provides dollars towards the faculty salaries and the administrative professionals.
Right.
And the graduate students. It just won't be 4% and 3%. It's some number less than that.
Right.
So we have to figure out what that is. But yes, we did get state dollars to cover some portion of that. And we have to figure out what that percentage is going to be. Now, I think your question is, do you have to use it for salaries? I think traditionally, of course, it's been used for salaries because it's less than what we would like to be able to provide anyway. But I can't imagine that we can. Hold on, I'm looking at Chris, he's not looking at my way.
It
but-
might be a little disingenuous. That was our number one operating budget request, to not use that
the
money
dollars
for that
in a
purpose.
salary
Yeah.
way.
This morning about.
I'm just trying to figure out where are the, because we're talking about an 8.5% cut, but it sounds like there are some money that is not in that. I mean, but yet we have a core budget that's almost all salaries.
Right.
And we're funding that with other money that's not in that 8.5%. I'm just, I can't quite, the moving pieces aren't making sense. to me.
Okay, so if I could.
Yeah,
So
please help.
All of our, whether it's dean or department head, they were given basically, this is what your budget's gonna be. You gotta operate your unit on for the next year. And that was 6% less than what they got before. So
Yeah.
they've already submitted that and they figured out what to do because we didn't know how much we were gonna get from the state. So we got 2.2, I think, % for faculty, graduate students, and those other staff members. Now that assumes, when we did all the budgeting in these cuts, we assumed it was flat on enrollment. So let's say we're up 600 students on enrollment. They generate revenue that we have not yet allocated.
Right.
And as well as the nursing salary thing that we backfilled, that's going to free up some dollars. So what we'll have to do strategically is look at that pool and say, how much beyond the 2.2% can we do for everybody else using these other dollars? And what should that number be? So we're going to have an opportunity to examine some scenarios and decide what we would like to do with salaries.
Yeah, I mean, leaving the enrollment money aside, I'm not talking about the enrollment money or the nursing dollars. I'm just saying, if you're asking everybody to take this cut, but you also have this money from the legislature, maybe you already had that factored in.
Right, that's we have 4% and 3% for the classified, but we have 2.2 and 1.6.
And you already had that factored in
Right,
to
well,
your 6%
that's what we'll
cut.
provide. So it's not necessarily factored in yet because we haven't allocated it out yet.
Okay.
So we know that's gonna come and we can do 2.2 and 1.6. Maybe that's not the right number. So that's not inside this reduction that you're speaking of, the 6%.
Okay.
We know those were coming in differently.
Okay.
Maybe one more.
You're not cutting anybody's salary. Yeah, you're not cutting anybody's salary by 6%.
No.
Cutting budget.
The,
Budgets by
and these planning scenarios that we're talking
Budget's all salary, basically. Right, that's
We may
what
be eliminating vacant positions. We may, there's lots of strategies that department heads will use. Sorry, I'm speaking out of turn.
No, I'm just looking for someone to explain to me, what are we cutting by 6%? Because it's not salaries.
It's often vacant salaries.
Vacant positions.
It's people that don't exist.
Right. In a lot of cases.
That's what most people try to
We
do.
hope there are enough people voluntarily.
And it's probably not filling positions as well.
Yeah.
You do that as well as, and looking for any other reduction that reach your 6%.
Some of it's in operations or.
Yeah.
Can I ask another question?
It's administrative.
Can you go back a slide? So I'm trying to understand the cumulative effect, because you're showing the 21, 22, 23. And I'm going to disclose again, math isn't my strong suit. So, and I've learned not to count on my fingers. So I want to just double check. So if I'm understanding correctly, and I appreciate Matt, you saying it's kind of nuanced, so I was trying to track and write down on a piece of paper. Because again, I think of things in terms of key messaging and clear and concise key messaging. And so I was trying to kind of listen to what you were just saying, Kirk. If I'm someone who's receiving the messaging and I in 21 was told a 10%, am I thinking I took a 10%, so I have 100%. Let's say I have $100 and I have to take 10% of that. So I reduce that by $10. And then, and I don't want to deal with the whole Vancouver, Tri-Cities, that becomes complicated. So, but then you're telling me, I think we gave you 2.5 back.
Right.
So I got $2.50 back, right? So now I'm still short
You're
a
still
little
short
bit,
some.
right?
Right.
Okay, but I still have a little back.
Mhm.
All right, so, but then you told me now I have to take another 6%. So ultimately, where I stand today, I feel like I am at 86.5% of what I had in fiscal year 21. Is that an accurate way to think about it?
I think that's too much because 21 and 22 were one-time reductions. And then to start 23, you started back at your original base.
I was back at 100, you gave me back.
Right, because those were
another-
both, right, those were both one-time reductions. So you come back to your original base. And then in 23, there was both a one-time and a recurring reduction. So as you start 24, you get the one-time reduction back, you have the 2.5, but now you have the 6 on top of it.
So the 2.5 is permanent. You have a permanent 2.5, so you took yourself down by 2.5 from 100.
Right.
And then you have to take this one-time 6%.
No, not
And it's
one
just a
time.
one-time?
No, it's
Or is
permanent.
No, the 6 is permanent.
permanent.
2.5 for 23 was
Oh.
permanent, half of that. And then the 6% for 24 is permanent. So it is
Oh,
8.5% reduced right now.
Okay, so our message is really,
91.5.
it's not 6.
It's 6 for fiscal 24. Yeah.
Feels like more than that. I just feel like yes, it is 6, but I can imagine that it's feeling like more than that. And so, and I'm hearing also this idea of big, huge class and cutting costs is a 4-year activity when most of our money is based on 4 years of anticipated revenue. I mean, like, there's a lot of key messages that I'm hearing right now that absolutely resonate with me, and I'm thinking 1 year, right?
Right.
I'm thinking 6%, but in fact, I need to be thinking at least 4-year strategy for managing budget. So I just am processing externally and appreciate the lesson in calculating percentage deductions. So thank you.
Can I ask you, this morning you gave us a couple statistics about the differences in recent history of the raises people got. Could you go over that again?
Yeah, that was good. It was the 5-year impact, I remember.
While you're looking that up though, since Regents are political and we're out in the countryside talking to people that are angry about the reduction, which of you three do we get to blame?
I've been here 4 days, blame me.
Unfortunately, Brett, the blame is with us, so we better understand this.
I'm Richard McDonald. The numbers I had was that for faculty and AP staff over that 5-year period, a 3.5% increase in salaries. That was 1% in 2018, 1% in 2019, and 1.5% increase in 2020. That's how that came together. For classified staff, a 12% salary increase during that 5-year, and I'm happy to send these out so you have them.
Thank you.
2% in 18, 2% in 19. That one was a little bit weird because we had kind of some overlap there in those years, and then a 3% in 20 and 21.
So that's a pretty dramatic shift in relative salaries in the institution.
And
especially if we're anticipating it will continue.
And say again, who is who?
Classified staff, the 12% increase over 5 years.
And classified includes whom?
Well, how we find that the classified staff are the civil service staff for the university, represented through, or not represented, but it'd be a lot of the support staff, a lot of fiscal support, a lot of grounds custodial staff and team members. Really the heart that keeps the university running. So I'm grateful that they have that 12% increase, really important to what we do as a university.
So this would be, so sort of all of the maintenance people, all of the administrative professionals, what would it, what, but not the executive team?
Not the executive level.
So, okay.
Yeah, IT, classified, almost all of my operation from a finance, accounting, business operations perspective are classified team members.
Yeah, okay.
Ellen's staff will be classified.
A lot of the folks that are in the auxiliary, student recreation, housing and dining, they're classified. So the folks who do more like the mentorship and advising tend to be AP, although that's shifting a little bit.
And is that a unionized,
Classified are.
classified or union?
Some.
Some, not all.
Some are represented, but not all.
And that recognize that we're running way out of time, but I know this dialogue is important.
So for fiscal year 24, we thought it might be helpful then to recap how we formulated the reduction and point out my notes on this here. So first we looked at what amount would be needed to cover system-wide costs, salary shortfalls, and the faculty opportunity hire program that Provost Chilton talked about earlier this morning. We computed that as a 1% reduction that was applied to all system office locations and all campus locations. That reduction generated about $3.5 million in funds to deal with the reduction. Secondly, we looked at the specific campuses for how to do that. We looked at the shared pool tuition locations, system office, Pullman, Spokane, Everett, global campuses, to look at the enrollment decline plus new costs that had been invested there over the last year. And we made a 5% reduction there to cover that bundle of costs, which brought about $16.2 million into the budget. Again, that little note there for Tri-Cities in Vancouver, they experienced the 1% reduction, and then they're making appropriate changes in their own budgets to deal with investments that they've made locally or with their enrollment changes, for a total of $19.7 million in total savings. You'll notice that number is slightly different on the slide that Kelly talked about. Maybe we should go to the next slide there. Then Leslie, I would say, let me carefullize this. I'm going to just personalize this a bit. I want to recognize the work that's going in across the system to do this. We talk about a 6% reduction like it's a factual thing. It takes a lot of hard work across all of our campuses and departments to figure out how you keep serving students, how you do our research, how we keep operating 6% less resources. So really recognize the work that's going into that. And the hard decisions that are being made to take those reductions as strategically as possible so you can protect those things that matter most. And those conversations are happening across the university as that comes together. Then recognizing that hard work that's happening. Good news from a fiscal perspective is that the budget, as currently forecast, is balanced for fiscal year 24. One of our priorities was to try to maintain the reductions as low as possible and to try to prevent impact to all the units. So 6%, we were able to hold the line at no more than a 6%. Also recognizing that effort has constrained some of our flexibility going forward. We currently have, before some of the other things that might show up in the next few months with enrollment things, about 1.3 million in central flexibility to help with new requests that would come up during the fiscal year. So we're also encouraging campuses and units to be thoughtful, to try to be prepared to deal with any emergencies or things that might come up out of their own local funds, because we'll have a little less flexibility as a university to respond to those requests. And of course, as we've all said, we'll continue to monitor the enrollments and other budget activities closely through the fall to see if there's any recasting of the 24 budget that we would be able to meet.
And with that, budget cycles are continuous, so we're working through solidifying what fiscal 24 will look like because it becomes effective on July 1. But we're already thinking about what will fiscal 25 look like, and a lot of that will depend on how enrollment shakes out coming in the fall term. But we're also implementing our new budget model at the same time, so we'll run that parallel year to see what that looks like. With the implementation of the new budget model, there is a budget planning advisory committee from across the campus. Elizabeth and I work with that committee. And they'll be helping with looking at variables, what metrics are going into that, and how we will govern what the model will produce for us and how we'll make decisions. And then we'll begin thinking about a new planning cycle for the budget, because not only is the new budget model coming in, but today we're going to later look at the tuition increase and pass that up to the full board tomorrow. The state's cap calculation is actually moving into the fall, so we will have the number from the state of Washington and how high you can go. So we can make a decision to set tuition earlier in the year so we can do more with budget planning across the spring, but that's a decision that we'll have to make.
Earlier, you mentioned the reserve buildup. How's that contemplated in this? And do you also have a contingency planning policy?
I'm going to say no, we don't have a contingency planning policy. There are reserves around the university, and I apologize, I don't know where all those are yet. The way that the institution works, because it's so very decentralized, if a unit has an operating budget and does not fully expend that budget by year end, those dollars revert back to that unit in a one-time way. They're not recurring, they just are dollars that are available. That occurs in pockets all around the university. And so I can't tell you what the level of that is and how comfortable we are, but it's not centralized, it's everywhere.
It's not accrued into the next year, it's just, this is that notion.
It does come back to the unit in the next year, but it is not recurring dollars. So you would not want to put salaries on that because the dollars will be gone in the next year.
And you said your forecasting models that you're doing is 2 years out?
Right now it's one.
Yeah.
I mean, we're already thinking about fiscal 25 because that is the next fiscal year to think it out. I mean, ideally you'd be on a 2, 3, 4 year cycle.
I'm used to doing 3-year course, 3-year forecast, looking out, 5-year plan, 7-year plan. They're changing all the time because the environment changes, but it really is helpful. And look at your overall staffing needs and your charts and the type of growth and that you think you're going to need or reductions.
And I think that's ideally what our academic units would like. Is, when you think about if you're going to build a new degree program, you have to think about where the enrollments will come from, and they don't ramp up immediately. They ramp up over time, especially when you have undergraduates that are here for the 4 years or graduates that are here for 2 or 3. So you do have to think in that longer term thing, and having a budget model that provides deans with inputs that make sense and they can be thoughtful about planning that in the future. But we have to mature into that.
With the new budget model to that point, so for this next budget cycle, how are you going to get the strategic input that will lead to some strategic choices about what do we stop spending money on so that we can start spending money on the next
I think that is a
growth
bigger
opportunity.
Question. Yeah, I appreciate that. And you mentioned that to me before. I think it's a bigger question for me. I might invite Elizabeth or Kirk to try to find one there.
I don't want to take time from here, but in this next year, we'll be forming, we have a budget planning advisory council, which will create a governance structure for providing input to both the EVP for finance and ultimately the president to make those strategic decisions. That really does happen now. I mean, this process talking about 5% and 6% doesn't sound very strategic, but there are strategic decisions that are made every day. that are sort of embedded in this, and the idea behind the new budget model, and more importantly, the process that will support it is intended to make it about strategic budget planning. So that's really the goal. So I don't want to take any more of your time, but that is the goal, and happy to share a link to what we're planning in that next phase of the budget.
I think that's a crucial thing for us to be involved in and to really dig our teeth into, because to me, it's really hard to do that, especially when you're an organization that's been under a lot of stress, which no question all higher ed is, but we have been too, just with COVID and, you know, everything that has been going on with higher ed. And when everyone has been in an environment of scarcity, it's hard to think strategically and to be responsible to the future of like, who are the constituents that need us to step up and do something new, as opposed to try to take care of all the people who have been wanting to recover the old. And I think we can be helpful in terms of thinking about how do we open up to that constituency. And I know when we did the strategic plan, one of my big concerns was, are we getting enough input from the outside world as opposed to talking to ourselves? And so I think this is an opportunity to think about that again as well. So would love to be in on that early as opposed to once it's fully baked.
Yeah, I'm curious if that might be an opportunity. As I was listening, I was thinking about, John, your comment about 3 to 7 year budget model, and is this you onboarding and the idea of this budget model just beginning, you know, what does the June retreat look like in terms of what's the 5 to 7 year vision almost, you know, and how does that help inform, if you know where you're headed 5 to 7 years from now, how does that help inform the budget model that you're setting up and the budget planning advisory council versus the opposite, where the budget planning advisory committee and council is moving forward, and then we're able to see it at the end, but trying to get ahead of it with the strategy. So that might be an interesting conversation.
I was wondering, do you monitor how units meet their budget reductions? So is there some way that we can sort of monitor where the impact is being felt within sort of broadly, mostly, you know, student front-facing services, or if it's mostly, you know, anything? Especially wondering if there's maybe equity issues that open up when budget decisions are being made.
I mean, if I may, I think when you do across the board cuts, it's very difficult to assess what you're saying. And so that is really the goal of a budget model that is used to inform decisions, is that you will be able to see where impacts you can model, how impacts would be felt across the system. We don't really have good tools to do that right now. Most universities have been in the incremental budget model that we're in. We're not alone. Where you go up by 5, you go down by 6, you go up by 2.5, and because we rely so heavily either on what enrollment looks like or state appropriation, which is not directly in our control, even though we try to influence, we go up and down each year. Because we have a biennial budget, it is possible with the new budget model that we could project out certainly 2 years, because you know what your state appropriations and say to units, this is your 2 year, and as you say, you make adjustments as you go. So that's really the vision. We need this year to really create what that governance will be to support the model. The model itself is a spreadsheet, right? It's just like, you know, here's where the revenues come in, here's what the costs are. It's not rocket science. But it's the what do you do with that data? Because what we have said all along is it will not be a formula-based budget. It will not be like, with this many students, here's your budget. You know, that can be really harmful when you're looking at rising and falling majors, and you can't lay off, or you should not lay off tenured faculty just because a major is declining. You know, you have to be able to use the data to inform changes slowly over time. And mitigate impacts that come along that are just for 2 years rather than.
Yeah, and I think, obviously your budget process and the governing body that you're gonna have for that is gonna be very inclusive, and it's gonna have a lot of input from everybody that's in the community. So it's gonna be process driven, which is great, and will cause a lot of buy-in. But I think front loading some of the, how are you going to do that? And what are some of the ground rules for that from a kind of playing field standpoint? I'm struggling for the right metaphor, sort of like how far are you going to color outside the lines? Because as you say, most of higher ed is in this sort of like up 2%, down 10%, which I think we'd like to explore different models than that. And I think a lot of the hard work that you've done is to get us to a place where we can explore different models from that. And so walking us through that and helping us understand where you want to go and how and what some of the pros and cons of going there might be would be really great to do.
Okay. I feel like we spent a lot of time on this. It was really helpful. I think it was some new information and certainly relevant. We're going to pick up the pace now. So
can I ask for one more thing?
Yes.
As a homework thing, I'm really sorry. But if you guys wouldn't mind, when you get a chance, to just do like a hypothetical, make up a department, like Department of Study of Banana Slugs, with a faculty and a janitorial staff and some people who administer or whatever, and some students. And if they were to have gone through this budgeting exercise and with these salary things that are happening with the legislature, what would their before and after look like? Because I'm still confused with the salaries and the 6% and the 2.5%. And how those things interplay, and like, would they have cut back on banana slug food or, repairs of the banana slug terrarium, or, what would they have done? So that would just clarify this, because sometimes people come and say, we have nothing because of this big cut, but I'm like, but didn't you get a such and such? So that would be really helpful without naming any department. I hope we don't have a banana slug department. That's University of Santa Cruz, right? It's not us.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for adding that presentation at the last minute and for walking us through that. Okay, next up is athletics. Fiscal year 23-24. President is leading this. We have our athletics team leadership here as well. I'll turn it over.
Yeah, just in previous years, we've had a more formal presentation of athletics budget at this particular meeting. And right now, there's just still a lot of moving parts. For example, Pac-12 has not yet signed media deals. We have most people have read about one of our distribution partners got involved in litigation over a $50 million total payment to the conference. So we think a lot of that stuff will be much more resolved by the June meeting. So the reason that we don't have a full presentation of the athletics budget is we just feel if we wait a month, we should be able to have a much more thorough presentation that the board is used to seeing and can evaluate what we're doing here. So it's a very short report. We'll be back. But I just also didn't want to blow through it and everybody goes, well, there must be something out there because they're not talking about it. We'll have the same briefing the board normally gets next month.
Do you have a sense, since we've kind of heard 10 weeks or so, media deal imminent? Do you have a sense?
If you'd have watched our conversation yesterday.
Brett, we're involved in lots of conversations with lots of media partners. We don't have any lack of people interested in doing it, but we have very little control over when somebody decides they're going to sign something or not. So I don't want to claim it's imminent. It certainly feels like we're getting really close, but I felt that way 2 months ago too. So I want to be really.
No, I'm not. I wasn't being critical.
Oh, I know.
I just credited.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm hopeful like you are. It'd be nice to.
Pat and I are as well. So. Lisa, that's all.
There are some good tidbits on that YouTube video town hall meeting that Enrique hosted. I'll mention it tomorrow morning too, but Enrique and our president did host on it with athletics and name, image, likeness, but there's a little tidbit in there that you have to listen for. So it was really good, but this did come up, so. Okay, future action items. So we have a long list. We are gonna go through them and we're gonna make up some time. So the first is fiscal year 2024 supplemental operating budget request. All right. Leslie, Matt, Elizabeth, Chris.
Want me to stay? I'll stay here because then there's room crowded, the important people in this town. Thank you all. I'm just gonna kick it off with an intro and then pass it to my colleagues. But you know, I would say over the last year and a half or so, and I certainly can't speak for before 3 years ago, but there's just been an increasing desire on the part of our chancellors, our deans, and really the whole campus to understand how we come to develop our operating budget requests, either in biennial year or supplemental year. And for many years, our medical school funding really took up a lot of the space on new things that we could put forward, as opposed to things that we just need to keep going or add to in an incremental fashion. So over the past year and a half, maybe 2 years, we've been really trying to figure out ways to create a process that would add more transparency into the system-wide process to develop our operating budget requests. Our planning for the 2024 legislative session really, I think, was our best. Well, in my experience, but from what people tell me, it was really our best pass yet. We solicited proposals from chancellors and deans in late February, and then each of those units was allowed to submit one proposal, really forcing them to prioritize. Because in the past, sometimes we got 6 from one and 0 from another, and we weren't sure, if people weren't really sure exactly what they should submit. And Chris, thanks to you and your team, we also gave folks an understanding that we want these to be priorities that are appropriate for legislative funding. Meaning you could have an amazing idea, but that might be a better philanthropic ask, or that might be, in the case, go to a dean or for a grant, for example. So really, how do we match? This sort of goes back to the question that I think it was you, Heather, who asked. What are some of the state priorities? What are some of our top priorities, and how can we get things together that really will be competitive and that will help us solve an issue and perhaps the state as well? So we received 10 pre-proposals from that group. And then myself, Leslie, and Chris reviewed these, and we had questions for some of them that we weren't really sure, either budgetary or content-wise. And we think this was a good process. We'll continue to solicit feedback. I haven't heard any negative feedback yet. Maybe you all have. But we'll refine it and do this for the 2025 biennial budget. Started even sooner. We really started this a little bit later than we would have liked to, because we were really working on developing the process. And then essentially, once Chris and Leslie and I felt that we had one new proposal that would work well as part of our supplemental budget request. And Chris, I'll let you say a little more about what some of those other things are that truly are supplemental and why we only had room for one. We forwarded it to Kirk because in the end, the president should be making the final decision about new legislative asks. And with his support, I will let Chris unveil the lucky proposal that was accepted for this round, and that'll move forward.
Great, thank you. So as is commonplace, the total ambition you can have in a supplemental operating budget is considerably smaller than you would in a biennial. So we really identified of the 10 pre-proposals, one that emerged to the top, and that is a new major in supply chain management that would be offered by the Carson College of Business as an extension of its existing BA in Business Administration degree. We were to offer this at the Vancouver and Everett campuses. We believe that this will cost out in the neighborhood of about $2 million annually. This is a bit more aggressive than what we have historically chosen in terms of dollar figure, but the quality of the proposal inspired us to pursue it. We also recognize that this is a high demand field. The Bureau of Labor Statistics anticipates 28% growth in jobs in this space over the next 10 years, which is about 4 times the national average. We do have good reason to believe that there'll be some corporate support for this in terms of being able to tell legislators that this is a good idea. And at the same time, you know, we've obviously been focusing a lot on health sciences in recent years. We've got a lot of assignments for our health sciences colleges to get some programs up and running, and this gives us a chance to focus on another area. As is always the case, the president retains the authority to make some changes to our budget request as circumstances evolve and changes may or may not be required. One of the things, again, in the supplemental, the purpose of a supplemental operating budget is to make mid-course corrections to the underlying biennial budget. Many years, WSU does not have any such corrections that are needed, but we do suspect that this coming year we may have a few. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie to walk us through those.
Before we talk about some of the truly supplemental things, just one point I wanted to make about the Vancouver and Everett. Once we set up a new degree program, we always can add other campuses to it. That's the benefit of being one WSU, of having one accreditation. However, when you're submitting funds to create this and stand this up, you want to keep that dollar relatively small, find the campuses where it seems like the best initial fit. And also, and Chris has backed me up if I'm not saying this correctly, but if we said, oh, we wanted to start it at all campuses, then it could get carved up so that we're not making the decision about which campuses to start off with, but that's being done at the legislative level. Do I have that correct?
Absolutely true. The first thing they'll want to do is pull apart our proposal. And if you look at a case study, the public health degree that just got funded, it's at 3 campuses. And even though it was fully funded, they created 3 separate appropriations. And so the problem or the challenge we have with multi-campus proposals is that desire to kind of pull it apart a little bit. And I think part of the value proposition we bring as a system is the efficiency that you can have as one institution bringing forward a new proposal for multiple campuses. And so what you don't want to do is create something that's so big that the legislatures, you know, well, this is a half a loaf place. We're going to give you half of what you want. And half the dollars don't necessarily mean half the program. You might need a critical mass. So we're defining that in terms that is what I'm going to say fundable. $2 million in supplemental operating budget is still a pretty good chunk of change. So
especially when you consider that there may be some maintenance requests that we need to put forward. So we've said in this room today more than once, our graduate students have recently organized and they're going through their first collective bargaining agreement right now. We don't know what the outcome of that will be, but we may need to request some supplemental dollars to cover that change. The other item is requirement from the Climate Commitment Act to purchase offsets. We are available to go to auction. However, what has been allocated by the state for us to be viable at auction is not enough to purchase anything at this point. So we may need additional dollars to help that. In addition to that, also related to the energy, WSU has an energy program that's solar planned, and that's being funded right now with one-time dollars, but that may not be the issue in the future. So we need to preserve some ability to keep that going.
So more to come. This is presented as a first look at this for you for review later, and we'll have more information as the spring and summer moves on.
I don't have a budget question. I just have maybe a new degree program question on the supply chain and business school. The emerging studies around supply chain, there's a big IT component to that. And also, from an AI standpoint, so there might be an opportunity to just in planning, join forces, because it's not an administrative function per se, it's really how you get your technology to do the work for you. So just consider that.
No, that's good. That's good advice. I mean, one of the things that will happen now, we have until September, correct? To
Right.
actually
We'll be-
submit this. So now that we've selected the proposal, the dean and deans and chancellors can work together on building the curriculum. Our process is that when we submit this in September, at the same time, we'll submit to the faculty senate for their review, because the degree doesn't exist. And it's the faculty senate who approves new degree programs. So once all the curriculum is flushed out, including, maybe there's a connection to computer science, for example, then that will be submitted to faculty senate. You will see it all. I think we'll present it at our September meeting, the final, or we have a special. Well,
Still to be
you'll all
determined.
see it. You'll all see the final. Put it that way.
So what happens with, a couple of quick questions. The submittals that you receive, what's the format that they're presented to you? Is it a 6-page narrative, something like that, outline? I'm just curious and then what happens to all of those great ideas that didn't get picked?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'd love to see them, not necessarily have them presented or read all of them, but understand the thinking that is going on from the, because I think, also the acknowledgement by all the chancellors that presented that, so that the regents understand the work that they're doing as well. I would think they might appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the format, I don't have one of your forms in front of me, but it's basically 2 pages, included a rough high-level budget, the rationale, how far along do you have market research? What are some of the other questions?
Yeah, I mean, we deliberately kept this at a high level. We needed to have fiscal detail that was sharp enough for what was envisioned, that would be a good starter, but we didn't want people working nights and weekends over a project, a proposal that may not ultimately get submitted. But what we got were some pretty good ideas that served as, so every proposal received questions, a list of questions. And what was really fantastic about it, and this is kind of what we hoped would happen, was A, created some really difficult choices for us, but B, left to their own devices, it's an opportunity for deans and chancellors to message, what would be, if you could, if money fell out of the sky, what would you spend it on, in terms of a new proposal, to add some new value, and part of this is not just to see, is there something we could advance to the state, but as Elizabeth mentioned, are there other opportunities to fund these ideas?
We go into our next biennial, is it a good philanthropic, is it grant or using existing resources? I'd be happy to share with you the memo that we sent out requesting it if you're interested, and we could certainly send you a list of the proposals.
Yeah, we can put together some
Yeah.
sort of a 2-page overall summary, not of each one, but
Yeah.
something that you could look at over 5 minutes and then get some sense
Cool.
that you want more. we can have to do that.
Great. Okay, so this is a future action item. We'll be taking action tomorrow. Right. Are we ready to move on to the next item?
Yeah, Danielle's ready.
Awesome. Okay. Proposed revisions to WAC 504-45 public records.
So Danielle's going to join us. I'll just briefly say, public records request moved in finance over to compliance and risk management. I think we'd all like that not to be as busy as it is, but I've learned in the last 90 days, this is a really, really busy area. And so what Daniel has done is try to streamline how we request things or how people can request things from us. They just showed me yesterday their new website and how much easier it will be for the requestor to make the request. But in order to make this more efficient, they need to revise the policy so that it complies with that.
It's a great introduction, and I did want you to know, Leslie, that when you click on that button, there's still a gauntlet that you have to go
Okay,
through.
I said you've made it too easy to ask for records.
No, we are trying to streamline the administrative processes, and in addition, give the office kind of a facelift so that that new website and a new policy, and now we're working on some new Washington Administrative Code regulations, which are required by law, and they authorize the university to basically have the various components of its public records program. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is we've got just a tremendous backlog of cases right now. And so we're trying to look at it sort of from the front end and say, well, what can we do differently to both streamline records requests, but also sort of maybe discourage people from making overly burdensome, overly broad requests, make them think a little bit about the requests that they're making. So currently, we are allowed under law to charge for the cost of copies, but we do not currently do so. And so in order to do so, one of the changes in the WACs is to allow the university to accept credit cards and to start charging for some of the most like cumbersome requests. So we can charge per copy. We can also charge, one of the things that we do that takes a lot of time is redacting body camera footage from the police department. And so we can charge for staff time for that. And we're not currently doing that. So we're trying to streamline, update, do all those things, give it a facelift, but also see what we can do to sort of cut down on some of the administrative burden and start doing some of the things that we're allowed to do by law. I won't go through each of the items. They're here in your future action item, but we'll be bringing this as an action item in September. Any questions?
Is that a common practice to charge?
To charge, yes. Almost all other Washington state agencies are charging for public records requests. You have to publish a fee schedule. You have to have I think the biggest thing for our office was that the administrative processes weren't there. We didn't, it was more trouble to charge than it was to not charge. And now that, I think that has shifted. And so we're going to go ahead and get that program going.
Many other states as well have this.
Yes.
Sometimes they have caps.
Yeah, the charges are pretty minimal, in most cases. Most of your records requests are gonna be nothing, or, because they can come inspect the records for free. It's just the copies and some of the body camera footage and the really cumbersome things that we'll be charging for. And most charges will be like $2-3. But we just want people to think a little bit before they request thousands and thousands of records, which currently I think we get a lot of those types of requests. So. Great, thank you.
Great. WSU, Pullman, Wayland College of Engineering and Architecture, Schweitzer Engineering Hall, Facility and Infrastructure Budget Approval.
Yes, so the next 4 items that are on the future action list, Chris teed them up really well this morning because they are all funded by state dollars. So the next 4 we'll go through, and Olivia is going to run through them quickly for us. The future action item for each of those.
Yes, and you last saw all of these a year ago as part of our 23-25 state capital budget request, and as Chris mentioned, we got almost everything we asked for fully funded. So the first item here is Boylan. It is intended to be an $80 million project total. We asked you for design approval of the design phase, November. And now that we have the $40 million from the state, we are asking you to increase the project budget to the earlier 4.8 plus 40. And when the donations come in, cash, we'll be back to ask for additional authorization. This, I think we're all very excited. Well, we're all very excited, period, but we're particularly excited about this one. The design build team was here all week, and we've had a lot of good meetings about what's in the building, really also about the structure of budgeting, to make sure that we are able to commit as cash comes in, and that we have a project that is going to work for the college and the campus, because it's in fact the first of many buildings to upgrade the entire campus for engineering.
Is there a $40 million donor out there?
There is a 20, 2 10s. couple of 2.5s, 1 5.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we currently have all but 5 million
Right.
covered with signed pledges, and so we'll be monitoring that over the next period of time to make sure we close that and that we collect those pledges.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
The next one is to ask you to, well, future actions, I should approve a budget for 10 million for the Connors Not Dairy. Not Dairy is in the Pullman area, but it's away from the main campus. It's off Country Club Road, which is off the road that goes down to Lisbon. The dairy is has not had any major investments for a long time. And this is the first of, we hope, several. We do have Dean Wendy Powers, who joined us about a year ago, and so we will be talking to her about her ideas about how to best leverage the money for the dairy. I'll keep going. Spokane, we're asking for 7 million, and this is, the background on this is that I think the 1921 biennium, we got pre-designed money to kind of do a campus master plan for Spokane. And at the time, we identified 2 buildings. However, in 21-23, the current biennium, we got the building that Eastern Washington University had been in. They moved out, and so we said, well, why don't we just, kind of a bird in hand thing? So we allocated $15 million, which you approved. You recently approved an addition to a 500. And so the building is almost done.
They're going to visit it
That's right.
later this
We're gonna visit.
afternoon.
And the chancellor will tell you that it's done, but but we'll be done shortly. So this request then is the design and site preparation of the building that had been talked about in the earlier pre-design. And so what we're doing is, because we're working from a fixed total request, then we populate it with projects based on the call for needs. And then you kind of have to stretch out the expense so that you can fit as many as you can in each biennial request, if that makes sense. So that's Spokane. The site is around what we call Jensenburg. And so there's design as well as site preparation and demolition of some of the smaller outbuildings. The next one is Vet Med Boostad. So when Global Animal 2 was finished, Waddle and other programs that are Boostad. So this is to reuse the space that's vacated. It's to put a SIM program. You might know that SIM is very popular in medical. It's also very useful in veterinary and probably reduces the cost of vet education because you have a simulated animal instead of a real one. But apparently they act, smell like themselves. So you never lose any of the real experience. And that's the 4 that are state funded. We have 3 items here on athletics. I'll start with the first one, Taylor Sports Complex design approval. We're coming back to you next time with a full design. We just want a placeholder here. Since you last approved this project, we've selected a design builder, Garco from Spokane. They teamed up with AECOM, which is a very specialized athletics firm, and Design West, which is a local firm. They're in the process of developing a design and a budget, a cost estimate within the budget that we have. And so you'll be seeing the actual design in September. And of course, as you know, the site is on the site of the existing indoor practices. The next item is to approve the budget at 7.5. This is entirely donor funded. And we've received 75% of the gifts already, and the remaining will be based on borrowing, which then brings me to the third item.
Yeah, and the future action item there, the plan is that we would take out a short-term financing for up to $2.5 million to be repaid in 5.5 years. Interest rate not to exceed 6%. And what that short-term financing does is it brings us the cash now to finish the building, and that will be paid off with pledges over that 5.5-year period. And we've taken all the protocols that we needed to do there, working with athletics, verifying those pledges, making sure they're firm and in place. We have an appropriate allowance in place there, so if something strange would happen, that a pledge doesn't come in, we'll still be able to make the debt service. So we're feeling quite good about that approach.
No, other than what's been presented to us, with this actually an ideal facility for us. So it's to work collaboratively with you guys to get us to really the exact specifications we're hoping for with a very fixed budget. So this is a really exciting project for athletics, especially with that today. So thank you guys.
So I'll move to action. We just keep going, right?
Yes, you are doing it.
It's also Taylor.
Oh my gosh.
We're on the same project.
So Taylor, and actually there are 2 action items. We are assuming that you will indulge us by allowing us to move directly to action. There's very good reasons for it. On Taylor, we had an approved budget. We're asking for an increase of $5 million in working with the design builder. We're talking about a steel building for Taylor. And they have told us that the price of steel is likely to double. And so we think it's in our best interest to lock in the price. And in order to do that, we think we need at least some backing, that says this contract that we're giving you is for real, there's money behind it. So not that we would actually send the money over or spend it, but it allows us to lock in the price, maybe lock in also fabrication time in the factory and things like that. So that's why we're coming to you now to ask for the approval of this much money. We do have the money. And so that would be, it would just save us money. The next action item is actually one of the state funded projects. The project itself is in preparation for the demolition of Hume Hall. Some of you may know Hume Hall is in Poland. It's one of the older, it's an early mid-century building, science building, not suited for science anymore. And there's a long-term plan to demolish it and put a new science building in its place. In order to demolish the building, we need to find homes for the people that live there. And so what we've devised is a multi-domino move. And that's why we're coming to you as an action so that we can move forward with the selection of a design builder so that we can get this done in 2 years. It's actually about 3 moves. So there's a vet med program out of East Ableton that we're going to move back into Bustead. Then a program that's in East Ableton moves in there. We fix that up and then he'll keep moving there. So it's just this. That's all. So that's.
Is it? I'll at least give a compliment. We really like to see these outdated, suffering buildings and work areas updated. It's a lot more than just a building for the people that are working and learning in those spaces. So thank you very, very much.
And we
These are appreciated.
And we greatly appreciate all of your support. And the advocacy that allowed us to get the money.
Yeah.
Vice President. Okay.
Thank you, Olivia. You want to just keep going? We got some tuition.
Other minds,
Well,
greater minds than me would do this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think as we talk about multi-year budgeting, Olivia and our capital team has done that. We have out for 10 years what we think we're going to be spending on what. It's strategic, it's laid out, there's some flexibility because you got to be able to respond to things. So I know the board's seen it in the past, but as I look around the room, I'm not sure how many people have seen it recently. So this may be the kind of thing in the fall or whatever, as we talk about budgeting, capital needs to fall in there. And we do this in a much longer term than we had done on operating funds. So it does show that we can do it. And I think that might be a good discussion with the board, just so you see what we're thinking of why.
Yeah, it's a good metaphor too for how we have to deal with legacy as well as future. So yeah, I think it probably would be useful.
Yeah.
We have to do it.
Well, and I think to your point, you have been doing it. So I mean, I think
Correct.
it's a
Yes.
really, really good point. And Olivia, I really appreciate your leadership and the collaboration. So great. Thank you. All right. Thank you for staying with us as we roll right into tuition rate setting.
And Regent Shower, you asked, because this has been discussed in January, in March, and now again, to move forward tomorrow. We're only going to hit the highlights of what's different from the presentations that you've seen earlier. One of the notes in your action item, it mentioned that we expected the state's determination of the cap to come in at 2.5% or greater. It actually came in at 3%. So our request for 2.5 is lower. That was received on April 27th. And that's what I mentioned in the previous presentation. The calculation of that cap is moving into the fall. So we'll have that as early as October of this year to know what next year's is. Kelly and I were discussing, because it's based on the labor statistics, it's a 14-year median of the hourly wage, the average hourly wage in the state, and that won't be calculated for spring. So the number that we have is the number. So if it's not 3% in the fall, I don't know what they've done differently. But what we wanted to add to the presentation.
Sorry to interrupt. That's a big deal. Like, this is a big deal to get this number ahead of time, right? So I mean, I think everybody that maybe is new to the board, or like, I just want to celebrate good job that any influence to make this happen, because I remember it being like, what's the number? What's it going to be? And it really affected so many different things. So as you know, I love to celebrate. I would rather celebrate than talk about things that are hard. So I think this is a really good opportunity for us to be able to do good planning. So
I agree. And what's really nice about it is with students who are having financial aid package, because you can use prior FAFSA now, you can package earlier if you know what the tuition increase is. So that creates some relief for financial aid as well. What I wanted to add today, and I'm going to skip over to that. Actually, I'm going to let Matt recap quickly what we heard in January and March.
Yeah, thank you. Just a reminder of the good discussions we had in January and March with the board, talking about student experience, affordability, predictability, how we balance all that together with student expectations and financial demands, inflation, and of course, the important role of tuition funds in the university's financial picture, our financial system.
And what's new this time from the two previous discussions on this is we added in some information on the higher education price index. It's the equivalent for higher ed of what the CPI is. You know, the CPI calculated monthly. The higher ed price index is calculated once a year officially, but there are quarterly updates to it. So it runs about a year in arrears. So you can see in December of 22, that the number that was calculated was 5.2%. And what's important about that is that's a measure of inflation inside higher ed. So it's the wages, it's the supplies that are unique to us, like library books, like lab materials, things that higher ed institutions would purchase. But it also recognizes where the big increase in inflation has been is in utilities. So utilities is a factor here, but also the portion of the services and supplies that involves transportation, because that also went up. So that's why you see it at 5.2%. That's actually the highest that it's been in the last 12 years, the highest it's ever been in the calculations, and it dates back to the 70s. Of course it does, because that's the last time there was an inflationary cycle like there's been. It was in 1981, it was 10.7%. So that's the highest it's been. The lowest it's ever been was in 2010, following the recession, it was 0.9%. So it is a measure similar to the CPI. It does run differently. So the CPI at this same time last year was about 7.4. It was 5.2 in here. And right now we know what the early calculation is going into the summer is about 3.1%. So it is coming back down, because inflation is in theory coming back down right now. But I just wanted to lay that here just so you can see how different we are compared to that, because if we're not keeping up with inflation, that does mean we're having to make some reductions inside the house. I think what higher ed typically does, and you've heard Ellen say it, particularly, I'm not picking on you, Ellen, just you did say this. In higher ed, because we are staffed and the way we are staffed, when people leave, that position may be vacant for some period of time. What higher ed tends to do is you use those dollars from the vacancy to move forward and do things like cover inflation, because no one's ever going to be 100% staffed, ever. I mean, even in the best of times. So that really covers up some of the inflationary impact. What this chart shows you is the undergraduate tuition dating back to 2014. You can see WSU is the numbers across the bottom. There were 2 years of 0% increase. Then there was a 5% reduction and a 10% reduction because the state was making up that reduction in tuition with state dollars. But then you can see how closely parallel we were with PEPI. Now in 2020, we were actually a little bit ahead of it. That was the COVID year, and we were slightly above, but you see the difference. Kelly did some work for me to go back and say, well, what if we had increased tuition by the rate of PEPI, dating all the way back to the beginning of this chart? Tuition would be about 30% more than it is now. And that didn't take into account the fact that we've reduced it. So if you look at that and go to 2018 and move forward, it would be 7% more than it is right now, just to keep pace with inflation. So that's not to say we should raise tuition more. It's just to show just some relativeness of where tuition is and where inflation is. We had the same number for the grads. There was a lot of years that you'll see across the bottom where tuition was not increased for the grads, but now it's catching up. And then I asked Matt to put this chart back in because I think this was the most important thing that I saw in the March discussion. When you see what the dollars the students are paying across the top there and the impact of those years where tuition was brought down by 5%, 10%, we're just now getting back in terms of dollars where we were back 14 years ago.
So we'll just quickly review then the proposed tuition rates we've seen before, and then the new information is the feedback from student groups that we've received, and we're looking forward to sharing that information with the board. A reminder, looking at a 2.5% rate increase for undergraduate and graduate students. Kelly and I had a wonderful opportunity a couple of weeks ago to meet with the Student Government Council in Pullman. They had representatives from all of the campuses, all of the WSU, as well as the Graduate Student Professional Association. And I want to thank President Marquin. He's the president of WSU Tri-Cities, as well as the chair of the committee. He gave us a whole hour, which is a long time to look at information. And Kelly and I just brought everything we had, everything we had shared with the board. We brought there. We looked at a whole bunch of different information. The council had very thoughtful questions, insights, observations, and some candid feedback and questions that they shared with us. Want to highlight that President Marquin let us know that if he had additional feedback outside of our time together, he would send a written report, and we'll do our best to characterize that information today. Regent Chilton, you were also there. Please feel free to jump in with anything that we might miss. We were able to share with that group information. This will sound familiar to what the board's seen on affordability, how tuition is used, historical tuition rates, results of benchmarking that information against peers. Really good discussion and insights about the history of where we've been. A lot of conversation about affordability, and I sensed a general appreciation from that group about the ability to protect students with financial need from the increases. A genuine sincerity for that, gratitude for the Washington College Grant Program. In a full spirit of trust, though, we had a few students that I thought were just brave to just speak what was on their mind, and I loved it. Candid conversation about recognizing that there will be groups of students with this tuition increase that will not receive aid to offset the cost of the increase. Those that are undergraduates that may not qualify for need-based aid. Questions from graduate students that are not on assistantship, we need to pay for that increase, and even some professional programs. So I wanted to just recognize that. I appreciated the open dialogue about those, and in many ways I think Kelly and I's role was to listen and understand, knowing that we may not be able to solve or address the concern, but I hope that everyone in the group at least felt knowing that their concerns would be heard and would be vocalized back here to the board today. Maybe I can pause. This is unplanned, Regent Chilton, but if you had any perspective you wanted to add from that meeting.
Sure, yeah. First, I just want to say thanks so much, Matt and Kelly, for how detailed your presentation was to the Student Government Council. It really was so thoughtful, and I think painted a really nice picture of how the university's finances work, which is oftentimes is complicated and confusing. And thank you for fielding so many questions. So yeah, I think I would echo what you said. There were definitely some concerns about students who do fall between the cracks, who will both not actually, who will end up paying out of pocket for increases in tuition, while also that will be a hardship for them for a variety of reasons. And we actually, you brought it up in the meeting, but our Chair Dickinson does some work around a topic that was brought up. There's a number of students who maybe would qualify for financial aid, but for a variety of reasons, their families are not willing to go through the process with them. And so even though they do have hardship, they are not able to access that aid. And so it's just, it's a difficulty, difficult nuanced area. So, you know, I think students were just asking that we keep that in mind, that there are students who are still falling between the cracks, even as we do have, you know, this great percentage of students who are getting costs covered through Washington Culture.
Sorry to put you on the spot. Thank you for sharing.
So the new series of slides will be looking at the recommended rate increases for the professional programs and talking about what methods they use to collect student feedback and summarizing what that feedback was. And just to let everyone in the room know, I think we've got Dean Lead is here with us and other representatives of the professional colleges. I think are on the Zoom call. If there are follow-up questions beyond what we included in the slides. So first, our nursing program. So our Masters of Nursing programs are proposing a 3% increase to both the resident and non-resident rate. The College of Nursing made available to their students an online survey to collect feedback about their tuition rate increases. And the primary responses were, as we would expect, concerns about affordability. About 2/3 of those that responded, they had about a 30% response rate to their survey, and about 2/3 of those concerns about affordability, but also an acknowledgement that tuition increases are one means to improve faculty student ratios and improve clinical experiences. Also an acknowledgement that the rates are extremely competitive. And I would just note for the nursing program in particular, the last rate increase they had to their master's program was in the fall of 2012. So it's been a good long time before they have recommended any kind of increase. And then moving on to the PharmD program, this one is a little bit unusual in that there is no increase recommended for their resident tuition rate, but the non-resident rate is a recommended decrease of about 28.5%. And I know that Dean Lead spoke to this at the March meeting as a very strategic move on the part of the college to enroll more non-resident students in a really competitive environment for pharmacy students now. So this particular proposal has not been communicated widely to students or feedback sought, obviously to manage expectations there until a final approval is granted, but it's widely considered that this would be favorably received by those students. And then moving on to the medical school, similar to nursing, the College of Medicine made available an online survey to their enrolled students, and some of the similar responses, I would say, to what we had from nursing, concerns about affordability, cost of living, but also acknowledgement that tuition increases help pay for improved clinical experiences, improved classroom experiences, and additionally, the College of Medicine had a few action points that they hope to take based on the feedback that they received. So one of those things is to explore opportunities for more scholarship dollars to help their students close the gap with the rate increase. And also to start the discussion a little bit earlier to the point of we'll start discussing tuition increases, I think, much earlier in the next cycle and being more transparent about how those tuition dollars are used. Note about the medicine or the medical program is that when the program was established, the long-term plan for the College of Medicine was for 3% tuition rate increases every year, but they have actually held off on those for the last couple of years for a combination of concerns about affordability and also COVID. So we've had a couple of years with the medical school where that rate has remained flat. And again, their recommendation is for a 3.5% increase. And then moving on to our MBA program. So the MBA program is a self-sustaining program, which means that they charge a per credit hour tuition rate versus a semesterly tuition rate. So they are proposing a 2.5% increase across the board for both the online MBA and the executive MBA program. They solicited student feedback through an email blast to all their currently enrolled students. Similar feedback, concerns about affordability. A number of these students are professional students, and they participate in the MBA program through tuition reimbursement programs for their employers. So some concern about whether those tuition reimbursement programs would increase commensurate with the rate increase. An important issue about the MBA program is that it is about an 18 to 28-month program for students who enroll in that program. So those who are currently enrolled, the rate increase will be less impactful for them as they're finishing up that 18 to 28-month program. The cost for a new student entering in the fall would be about $1,000 over the course of their MBA program. And this is the 8th, I believe, tuition rate increase in the program since it was established in 2008. So in about 15 years, they've had only 8 tuition increases at that time. And then finally,
There was one mention there about competitiveness of the program, and I know that our program has been considered to be quite good relative to the other offerings out there, but it was also one of the early entrants. Do we have data or concern about the competitiveness of our online programs generally?
I think that they have done a lot of looking at their comparison within the marketplace. They still remain in the top, I want to say 30. I'm looking at Phil, maybe he would know that number, the top 30 MBA online programs nationally. So very highly ranked program.
Dave could probably.
Yeah,
answer that
I think they
question.
were ranked 28 by U.S. News in the country for their MBA program.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
So finally, we'll just quickly look at the DNP program. So this was a newly approved professional program that was approved by the Regents in March of this year. And this tuition rate will actually go into effect for students in fall of 2024. So we're actually approving it a year ahead so that this can be advertised to students in the recruitment cycle for fall of 2024. So again, no specific student feedback sought because there are no students in the program at this point. Current DNP students that are in our system will be grandfathered in at the legacy nursing graduate rates. So these will only apply to new students next fall. That is the end of our presentation. Questions?
I just wanted to piggyback on my fellow children's comment. When it's a bit of an aside, but in terms of what the Regents can help us do is get the word out about completion of the FAFSA. I think you all know that up until recently, Washington was second to last out of 50 states for FAFSA completion. And if students don't know that they can afford, they may not, they probably won't even apply. And when we visited DC, we were able to meet some representatives from the U.S. Department of Education, and they are revising their FAFSA form to try to streamline it, make it more user-friendly. And they're also going out and doing seminars. They asked to do a Washington, if they offered to do a Washington state-specific training for financial aid officers, so that those financial aid people could get out in the field, so to speak, and tell people, what is the information used for? Why are we asking this? How does it make you eligible? I know a lot of banks, and I know Regent Dickinson has talked about how some banks can help too, but really the more word we can get out about the importance of that, it makes them eligible for both state and federal. If you don't fill it out, then you don't know what you can afford. So I just want to make that plug, and we'll let you know about that statewide seminar that the U.S. Department of Education will do. It's really important. I think we're now 4th from last, so we're coming up, but like
We've got a long way to go.
I think there's a way we can post that if they have to.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, we're all on other boards that touch other communities, so if there's a way to insert some sort of training program into other communities, we can no doubt do that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it seems to me it needs to go into the high schools so that, through their counselors or, they have all kinds of nights for parents and so forth. And offering, literally a time when they could get in there, and we could certainly help with that. and, you know, provide laptops or something so that they could actually get in there and literally do it under instructions. If they have questions, to take just anything to take away the barrier.
I mean, some states actually require it for high school graduation. I'm not suggesting we're gonna be able to make that happen, but you know, they require it. Just, even if you never intend to go, just to learn how to fill it out. And get people.
Is there also a way to do this in Spanish or other languages?
That's a good question. I think that's what they were saying their revised form is going to address. I believe that that's what they said. I will check into that, but I think that's what they said, that that was part of the accessibility issue.
There's so many issues. I mean, there's so many barriers to this. I mean, it's very, there's so many barriers, including the fact that it's very much built around a two-parent system. So, I mean, I think to speak to an issue that you are touching on, but not, you know, diving deeper into, I mean, in our house, we have a grandchild that lives with us who is not connected to his parents, who could not qualify for FAFSA. So, I mean, I think, yes, there's an issue with filling out FAFSA, assuming you're in a two-parent household or a one-parent household. So, I mean, I think there's so many layers of issues around this that, yes, we want to get, you know, kids who have parents who can fill out a FAFSA, for sure. And there's a whole lot of issues with FAFSA and WASFA that have to do with historically, you know, underserved populations that are, you know, immediately met with barriers around a system that was set up with, I think, institutional racism built in. So that's my that's my thing. I think there's a bunch of, you know, issues with how I think it needs to be kind of reset. And I would love to see us lead in that way as well. Yeah. But I don't know that that's really the topic that we're supposed to be focused on. So if we want to go there, I'm happy to lead in that space. All right. Next up is academic 2023-2024 housing and dining rates.
You can sit right there, Leslie. Oh, it feels interesting to stand up for a minute after that. I'm going to be really brief. I'm bringing 2 action items to you all for tomorrow morning. We have talked about both of these items, both at the January meeting and then at the March meeting as a future action item. The first is requesting your approval of the housing and dining rates proposed for academic year 2023-2024 for the Pullman campus. Action item number 5 is requesting your approval of a 2.44% increase to the mandatory student recreation center fee, again, on the Pullman campus. Both of these were approved by the predominantly student-led advisory boards for the respective units. And there's no new information I have since I presented to you in March. So in the interest of time, I'm happy to answer questions, but I have nothing else to share. Cool. Stay there.
Just, you might just share with the board quickly that where we are with housing deposits and things for the fall.
Oh, and I wish I had those numbers right now. What I will share with you is they are looking very good. Someone mentioned that May 1st was sort of decision day. On April, and it was also priority request day for housing options. And we had pushed that way back intentionally to try to level the playing field. On April 30th, we had 450 new applications for living in the residence hall. Those numbers have continued to come in. We're up significant. It sort of mirrors the numbers that Leslie was sharing earlier from Saichi's overall enrollment numbers, up a few percentage points. So we're anticipating we may be housing between 100 and 200 additional students in our residence halls on the Pullman campus. That would be excellent news. Yeah, for lots of reasons.
You have you're number 5 on the agenda too. So we're trying to run
Oh,
away.
sorry, okay, that's the student recreation fee. I thought I had sort of covered it.
Oh,
I sort of tried
okay.
to wrap them together there
Sure,
for you.
okay, great.
It's a 2.44% increase in the student recreation fee. The only thing I will add about that, and again, this is not news, but prior to last year, that fee had not increased for 5 years. And so trying to kind of do a little catch up, to be honest.
I'll just say thank you for all the work you did in previous meetings. To get us to the point where we can look at this and feel pretty good.
Awesome, yeah, thank you. Happy to
Now you
answer
can run away.
questions. Now I can listen to it by yourself, of course.
Okay, services and activities fee rate changes. Ellie, are you coming back up or no? Yeah, I mean, you're on it, so. All right.
I'm smiling right now because we always do this, the last is like fast and furious, the last few items. And it's kind of fun to see that.
You have the next two, 6 and 7.
So if we could, yeah, we talk about 6 and 7 together, both related to SNA fees. First one, I just recognize the SNA fee committees from every campus, student-led, majority of students. They manage this process really well. There's a lot of dollars that come through this. They have to conduct a good, fair process. And many of those campuses committees had to make some difficult decisions this year because that change in enrollment is also impacting the revenue that they have available to allocate for SNA fees. So they've managed through some very difficult deliberations to get to where they would be at. So for action item number 6, the proposed rate change for the Everett campus is 0% change for Everett, Global Campus, Spokane, and Tri-Cities campus. The SNA fee committee from the Pullman campus is proposing a 3.5% increase in the SNA fee rate and a 4% increase at the Vancouver campus. So you can see that in item number 6. Then item number 7, it shows how those funds will be used, the recommended allocations from each campus. And we'll note in your packet, we did that a little bit differently this year. There's usually a daunting level of information in your packet. We just included a hyperlink this year. So you could go see all of those memos as it flows from the committee to the chancellor to the president to the board. So you'll be able to see that breakdown of those dollar amounts that are proposed to be allocated. Any questions about the SNA fee process or the amounts?
Any allocations?
Perfect, thank you, Regent Shower. So for the Pullman campus, the undergraduate student technology fee has met and has recommended their allocations for the coming year. This is $719,000 for student-facing technology initiatives, no change in the fee. And so that's included in your packet for approval from that student-led committee. I would highlight that the Vancouver Technology Fee Committee just was finishing their deliberations today, and so they are formulating their recommendation to the chancellor in the coming days. And so, yes,
Here I am, yes.
Perfect. So we will anticipate bringing that in front of the board at the September meeting for approval of those allocations. We'll be working on that a little bit with them this summer. So appreciate the deliberations of that committee at Vancouver as well.
Questions? We finished 15 minutes early.
That is amazing.
Wow, I'm shocked. I get credit for that.
Yeah, well, totally. Well done, Leslie, Kelly, Matt, you have done a tremendous job. May is a huge meeting. And I think all of the prep to get to this point, all of the information, the packages that you put together are really, really helpful. And the meetings that lead up to this. So I really appreciate all of your work and thank you.
Can I add one thing? Just it's my onboarding has been 90 days. I want to say extreme thanks to Matt especially, but also Kelly and Olivia. I think Olivia snuck out actually, but they've done a lot of work to get me ready here, and I really, really sincerely appreciate that.
Well done.
Okay, so to the board, you get a break. You've earned a break. So 4:30, and we will move into an executive session, which I'm sure I have to read something. So hang on just 1 second. Okay, so the committee meeting is concluded, and the Regents will now hold an executive.
You'll wait till after the break.
Okay, we're gonna take a break and then I will read this paragraph. We're gonna turn it for. I can't wait.
Because, yeah. it's
Okay,
just-
okay,
it's right
okay.
there. Gamble.
I can't.
Yeah,
have it
I
yet.
was
tried
in
to
there.
give it to her. No,
I
she's
can't
not
do it.
official yet.
Oh, it's good. Very
Well,
good.
she's not
All
gonna
right,
finish
so
her-
I want to touch base with you because I
And
know
it
you know
depends.
all the ins and outs.
Depends on how
There's so
things
much
go
stuff.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Happy
Happy to be here.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Well, no,
The
I
more
was
bigger
really
it is,
speaking
yeah.
to, but you're not.
Okay,
you're gonna-
oh, I better get out.
All right.
Okay, are you gonna do it?
The
Yeah.
committee
Okay,
meetings
all right, sounds good.
have concluded.
Thank you.
You get the door.
And the regents will now hold an executive session to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation in which the university is or could be a party. This session will be closed. The executive session will conclude at approximately 5 p.m. unless it is extended by further announcement. If any action is taken as a result of these discussions, it will be taken tomorrow during open session. Immediately following the executive session, the regents will adjourn. Board of Regents meeting will start tomorrow, Friday, May 5th at 9 a.m.